Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the stream. I'm not going to fix my bed today because it's TFT time. TFT time, it's that 10 came out on PB, and I've always been late, but today I'm going to stream last at 10, so let's get into it at 8 o'clock. I gotta go. Goodbye. You ever play the game? Oh, no, don't look at that. Don't look at that. I had to wait for my rice to cook, so I played the game while I was waiting for my rice cooker. I played 7 Kitty. It's not even a big deal. Don't worry about it. Dude, my stomach hurts so much, man. I just made so I've been experimenting with this rice cooker chicken. It's pretty much like high-end chicken in the rice cooker. Everything done in the rice cooker. Super fucking fast. And the rice just comes out delicious. Like I'm just like shocked how good the rice is. And it's really quick. And it tastes great. So I've been trying to figure out the best way of this formula that I got, and it's awesome. The rice is better than chicken. Oh yeah. Like the thing is, you don't use water. You use chicken broth, and then what happens is you just fucking the rice just comes out great. Like literally, Sean was like, "Is it okay if I don't eat your chicken? Just take the rice." I'm like, "Yeah, go ahead, man." Yeah. So you cook you put rice and like essentially a little bit more than 2 cups of chicken broth in it. And with ginger and garlic, and then you throw the chicken on top. You season that with like whatever you want, really. Like I think it's like soy sauce. There's like soy sauce, some little bit. I forgot the sesame oil. That's what I fucking forgot. Fuck, man. That's why the chicken didn't come out the way I wanted. Fuck. Okay, never mind. But yeah, a little bit of sesame oil and then you throw the chicken in the rice cooker, and it's awesome. Very awesome. You don't even need salt because essentially like the soy sauce makes up for that, right? But I think I put some white pepper in. Ooh. Oh, heart steel. Wait. I already know what I'm playing. Fuck, I want to play emo though. If I get emo, I'm down. Guys, can I really say no? I'll transition. All right, hold on. I'm turning off this music. Hold on. Let me turn off the music. Let me put on the hard steel. The depths of a rock star.
Show me who you are.
All right, I might not be pivoting, guys. So what's the headliner effect? Oh, I just helped. All right, so good for something is champions that aren't holding items, 50% chance to drop 1 gold. Wait, is it on my death or their death? It's my death, right? Yes. Yes, that's 2. Praying for a death of a rock star. You're supposed to put this in for best board, but I'm looking to kill myself here, right? So I don't really want best board. Can one K-pop group in your house, would it be KDA Heartsteel or YKDA? No, wait, he's so weak. Is he weak? Wait. Pause. Come on, 50%. 50% me, 50% me, 50% me. Yes. There's this headliner from a Morty that makes it a hero augment. Mordecai? Oh, the one that health scales? Yeah, I saw that one. Death of a rock star. My heart still bias. Huh. Good question. Wow, I got the break-even point, and I got gold. So good. Wait, hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. What do I want here? Isn't this 5 heart steal? Oh my god, it's 5 heart steal. Oh my god. Wait. This game's over. Wait, this game, it's a wrap, guys. Like literally wrap it fucking up. Okay. Oh, that the rock star. I mean, okay, can I get 7 heart steal? Probably. Okay, I heard. Wait. If what is my ideal heart steal here? Is it? It's Kane, right? And I can stack Yone and Kane. Okay. This guy is so weak, man. So weak, man. No, I'm about to cash. Okay, but like, how do I do something like this? Oh, good kill, good kill, good kill. Oh, good kill, good kill, good kill. Another one, another one, another one. Give me one more, give me one more, give me one more. Oh my god. Perfect. Look at this, man. Well, we're not looping songs. I'm just playing their entire discography. Do I need a wow, her thing is so loud. Wait, you could suicide stuff on this round for your, if this works? Oh, that is so interesting. Okay. Good to know, good to know, good to know. Okay. What? I think the best thing to do is weak front line, strong back line. You kill units, but your units die. I mean, we're probably gonna play Kane. Fuck, my items are pretty bad for Kane, but that's alright. The death of a rock star. Ooh. All right, what do I want? Okay, really, I want Kane and like I kind of want Yone. Okay, so how does Yone work? I think this is fine. I want to move this to Kane later. Oh my god, I am doing no damage. My fucking 12 base damage on my character. Please kill one unit. Please kill this unit. Please kill this unit. Yes. Fine, I'm looking for some losses, right? I just want to get to 7 hearts still as fast as possible, but I don't know how fast I can go for Kane. He's pretty. These are both fake. Did they nerf Aphelios? I thought Aphelios is pretty good. I'm pretty sure Aphelios is kind of OP. They nerfed Aphelios yesterday or something. Holy fuck. Tried Bard Headliner? I have not. Dude, the amount of changes is so much, I can't read it on my side monitor. How much attack speed is this TV totally? 4 times 7? I won? No, I was 1 away from the cash out, bro. Oh my god. The death of a rock star. No, my cash could have been so good, man. Uh, please kill more of my units. Please, dear God. And he did not. Why did I fucking do it? Man, tell me, why did I slam the death blade? I knew it'd be too much damage. Fuck. Dude, this guy's doing it. Oh my god, wait, this guy's a beast. Are those really BIS? That seems really interesting. Dude, I need to get the 7 heart steel ASAP, but I don't know how to get there. I need to get level 8, right? Is it level 8 and roll, or should I wait go to 9 and roll? Pizza Shojin +1 is BIS. Yeah, but is that +1 the right one? That's what I need to know, man.
Okay.
Such bravado.
There's a guardian. Okay, let's replace this real quick. Then there's a sentinel. Let's replace this. I don't like this. I feel like he needs AP. Look how much gold I'm getting. Oh my god. I'm rich. Oh yeah, beat me up. Beat me up. Okay, 20 per loss. So good. All right, I'm not gonna lie. Is this? How did he get a? Oh, he got radiant. I think it's a super fan. Wait, is he a genius? Try epitaph when you dies and your ally gets. Wait, does this work permanently? Okay, not this. Not that. How does this work? Wow, that sucks.
Careful. This pack's a wallop.
Pretty sure I'm just going 9. Good facts. What about for 9-6 months? 6 or 7? Yeah, Blank State looks fucking ridiculous. But like, I'm pretty sure. Wait. No, I can't. Wait, I mean, I had to remake every unit. I could probably. I should have taken it actually. I would have been able to go 9 here, right? Actually, my stuff's not that expensive. If it was more expensive, I'd be down. Like, I'm not even kidding. Is this guy onto something? That guy's cooking. That guy's actually fucking cooking. Like, all that ironically, that guy's onto something. This is the worst one, I think. Oh my fucking god. Oh, Ezreal's shop. I didn't even know this is that. Thank you, thank you. Wait, the Zac ulting means my unit stops attacking? Oh, it was a little weird there. He's waiting for him to res? That's fucking weird. Ah, encore, baby. Encore, baby. Can't give gold on it. It should. Because it's considered another champion, which is awesome. Overtime change was a big positive. Wait, what was the overtime change?
Begin vibing protocol.
It scales up instead of being immediately power. Oh, that is really nice. So you don't get overtime scammed at the very beginning. Like, I've had overtimes where, like, because the guy casts at the very beginning, like right as the overtime starts, he just kills you, and you casted right before or something. Some really dumb shit like that. I've still not done Punk before. But I feel like Punk is only good if you can get a Punk stat, you know?
I much prefer this to desk duty.
Does anyone know what hotkey it is to have it look at your your base. Like guaranteed look at your base. I put spacebar here, but I don't think that's it. It's fucking me over. It's not this either. This? It might be centered on tactician. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay. Sorry. Wait, this guy's a 1-star. Oh, he is.
Out of my way! Careful, this pack's a wallop.
Their fates.
Dog helping, I know.
Burdens.
Stand back. Let an expert. Out of the shadows into the spotlight.
Let's bounce.
All right, wait, hold on. I think it's. Is this AP? Hold up. Trying to figure out what to do here. Holy fuck. Let's just do this. Do I really want hyper? I mean, I'm sure. No way. Bad. Sure.
Lights out.
I think you put in Ziggs. I mean, it's a Ziggs. It can't be that bad, right?
How about a serenade?
It is the end.
Actually, it can't be that bad. Hold on, let me think. I mean, realistically, I can just play for the Alawi out instead of Zach out. Oh shit! Wait, what is that? 8-bit? This is awesome, right? King 2 and then Turkey for this.
Turn it up.
Let's bounce.
Maybe it is a fuck hyper pop moment.
How about a serenade? We are not one soul. We are many.
I mean, there's no way I can lose now, right? You like blue buff on Jen? I don't think it's very good. I think it's funny. I don't think it's very good.
Out of the shadows into the spotlight.
Begin vibing protocol.
It's got a 5 Superman, 4 Sentinel, 4 KDA. Interesting. It's really crazy that he's going level 10. I should probably start rolling then. Like I'm one Ezreal away from winning the game though. He still beats me here? Is that not crazy? Spawn me? Oh my god. Do I need more damage? Not for tanking this. Oh. Fuck it, down for 2. Fuck it. I went Aphelios 3? Oh, he's going the wow, he literally hit everything. But I mean, I feel like Punk doesn't doesn't win unless it high rolls the I think Punk really needs a Punk spat. If they get the Punk spat, then it's like they can win. But until then, I feel like it doesn't really work. This guy's just going 10, man.
Make you famous.
I mean, am I crazy or like I have like a lot of great items, right? This guy had to EDM Mosher Jax. Wait, what a fucking beast. What is this one? Oh. I rolled him. All right, that guy rolled him. Two more.
Jaw dropping, I know.
We can drop high still. No, we're not dropping it. Wait, I need an edgelord. Wait, how did I miss an edgelord? What is the normal third edgelord? Is it Viego? Oh. Three big shot? Yeah, I mean, it's a Jin too. Like, you think I'm gonna change this? Okay, so I lost him before, but he's not level 10 yet, and now I have Gen 2. With these items, I don't think I lose now, right? Jin's so cool, man. Hey, Jin's fucking awesome. 8-bit, 8-bits. What the fuck is that? Mosher? Oh, that's... Nash just can't be bad, right? It's just attacks.
Oh, hello.
Low mana. Oh, he's going for Yorick. Yorick 3.
Okay, just a little bit of thunderous acclaim.
Famous.
Oh my god, man.
We are not one soul. We are many.
Fuck, you know what? You go on this for now. Wait, I don't have room. I don't have fucking room, man. Thank God. Wait, oh. Like, hold on, give me a sec. Let me... I need to get rid of some removers. My bench is a little... Okay, oh, I'm down. I don't care. It's PvE. I like it. What's up, darling? Okay, there we go. There we go. I'm level 10.
We are not one soul. We are many. Eyes on this time.
Am I fucking trash? Am I fucking stupid? I'm fucking garbage, man. What the fuck? I didn't get anything that I wanted here? Dude. 2 of these is useless, man. I'm just trying to hit 3-star 5 cost. I might lose this round. I'll do enough damage. Wait. Wait. Let him cook. But he's still alive. He's still alive. Perfect. 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 It's just in time. Okay. Okay, I got tentacles. What can they do? Oh my god, they slammed for 5,000? Okay, we can stop listening to this finally. Holy moly. It sucks that Hearthstone 7 is not true. Like right now, oh, my games are so one-sided. But it's okay. I need to practice or put up my PBE MMR anyways. It's literally just like I'm going like fast 10 every game or fast 9. Oh, hold on, guys. I'm gonna play some ads. Me and Alan, welcome back for 11 months. Bo Burham Hocam, welcome back for 5 months. Fatty also welcome back for 36. Griffex, welcome back for 96. Thank you so much for the resubs. I'm gonna go play. Well, actually, I'm gonna play a real quick game of Apex because Sean was convincing me on it. Wait, I just logged off. Wait. I did a mistake. Oh no. Oh no. I did not mean to do that. Apex? Yeah, Apex. Hold on. Give me a sec. I quit the PB. No queue for PB today? Wait, really? Wait, how do you know that? Wait, how? Okay, I can get back on Poogers 12. It's on the Master Seminar. Oh, we're playing the new thing. Hold on, give me 1 sec, guys. Give me 1 second, guys. Are they getting this stupid chat? This one? Yo, I'm streaming. Is that we're good?
Yeah, let's move up.
Cool.
You can stream. All right, Scalies, are you ready for the best game mode Apex Legends has ever, not sponsored, released?
Not sponsored.
I wish.
Wait, guys, do you see Arcane announcement? November 2024. Holy moly,
What's up,
man.
gang?
Hello.
So we moved
Hello.
up because Scarra is streaming.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure.
So watch what you say.
You got it,
Sydney.
dude. I was gonna be so racist and sexist and all of the other ists, so I'm glad
Oh,
that you
yeah.
told me.
Oh, yep.
That's classic Sydney.
Ugh. Just every
you know
day.
me, never know what's gonna come out of my mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike me, a pure Christian man.
Yeah, Sean's actually the least racist person I know.
Wow,
But most
that's
religious.
saying a lot.
The most
How many men do you know?
religious?
Apex is fucking up my PC.
What?
Apexes?
Yeah, it's like, I think maybe because it's on the wrong. Hold on, I think it's on the wrong resolution or something. But it keeps making my monitors go black, and then. Okay, hold on.
How dare you think Apex could be the culprit here?
Apex is not optimized for anyone to be able to
Lihona
actually
75, what about
fucking
for
play this
616 or
game on
something?
any PC. I have like the newest Intel processor and a fucking 4090, and
I play Apex on a
This game is
4090, and sometimes my
cursed.
computer goes. "Eeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeee
for the first time
Yeah, let's
ever.
just get-
I am glad to hear it.
Wait,
I'll
but it's
just
not
get
about me.
Scarra
It's
season.
sorry. I didn't want to undermine your problems. You have problems.
Yeah, many problems.
Yeah, and you're valid for all of those problems.
Sometimes. Summon him, Crash. I know. Taxes were rough this year. Scarra moved me without my permission.
What do you mean?
What the hell?
You pushed me to the bottom left. I was in
Stop.
the middle left.
Yeah, I didn't want you blocking my stuff. Ow!
You didn't block your HP bar though.
Did you guys hear that?
By any chance, Scar, are you carne asada burrito?
That's me.
That is not me.
Oh.
That's me.
You guys did hear that. Great.
I'm
Okay.
the carne asada burrito.
I'm gonna play Lifeline so you guys don't have to.
Do we have to have a lifeline? You know what?
I
No,
love
no, I
Lifeline.
like
I love
having a
Lifeline.
lifeline.
You'll
I
see
love
why.
Lifeline.
Okay, but don't you want to play the new character Conduit?
I don't even have her.
Oh.
Same.
Do you not have enough points to
A
buy her?
new ranked season. The cycle
Unlock
starts
legend.
again.
Oh, I do. Should I do it with the orange or the yellow?
Orange.
Okay. Got her. But
Okay.
Scarra should play her first since he's streaming.
No. I'm not playing on playing her at all. Because I have. Wait, where's that character?
Because you're sexist.
Wait, where's that? Wait, where's that character? Wait. I was looking for someone. Ah, the real best character.
Hmm.
Guys, can we hear? Are we good with volume?
Yeah, she's definitely
And let me know if
Up
any
there.
frames drop or anything.
Okay, so there's gonna be moments in this. So normally in Apex,
Oh, actually, let me just
when
do
you're
this
cracked,
right now.
you're like, oh fuck, I should
Let's-
probably heal.
Yeah.
That's like the optimal play here.
Yep.
Mhm.
I'm telling you, in this game mode, your number one priority above everything else is resurrect Sean. I know
Okay.
that sounds selfish as fuck,
That sounds selfish as fuck.
but
huh?
you will see why.
Okay.
Okay.
Nobody picked their character. Oh, actually, go ahead. Because I'm gonna play Lifeline.
I'm ready for a match.
AJ Shea is in the house, as she says.
Is there like good people to play in this mode? Does
Yeah,
it
but don't
matter?
worry, I'm already the best character.
Yeah, he chose the best character.
I was not expecting you to play Octane.
Is that the worst character?
No, it's not the worst. I just wasn't. I didn't think you were gonna pick that.
You've played with me when I played Octane.
No, but I thought you were gonna play
It's the only way I
Conduit.
can keep up with you. Oh, I forgot there's a new character.
You
That's my
just
bad.
bought her.
That's my bad. I griefed. I
What
griefed.
the? That was 15 seconds ago. Pass it
I
over.
forgot.
Pass it to me.
Okay, Mr. Brain Fog, maybe you pass it to me.
Ah,
Oh.
yeah. Okay, see how many teams want to just kill each other to the death?
Yeah.
We're one of those teams. Land here.
Okay. Responders respond together to reach 3 strikes, revive allies faster and more health.
Don't
Down
read that.
legend-
That's not important.
Okay,
Just
okay.
don't die. You two land in these buildings. I'm gonna loot this small building. Break off for me.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Wait, which
Sir,
one
yes,
am I going
sir.
to? Oh,
I redirected you straight there. Just loot with Scarra, the other building.
I can't. I have brain fog.
Stop using my excuse. We can't have multiple brain fog users. People aren't gonna believe I actually have brain fog.
All right, hold on. Are we block? Am I blocking anything, guys? I'm blocking my health. Hold on.
Whenever you guys are ready, we can go fight.
I'm ready to fight and murder people. Let's go.
Okay, we're gonna go here. Loot along the way going there.
And if I have my way, it ain't
Perfect.
gonna be the last.
Oh my god, my dogs are going ham.
Wait, my sense
Okay.
is fucking crazy. What?
Yeah, my sense is weird too. Mine's
Who-
like really low.
Who changed my sense?
Wait, which direction are we going? I only
We're here.
Wait, do you guys see my
Here.
sense?
Sorry, I
It's-
We're
haven't,
here,
played this, I
guys.
haven't played this game in a long time. You have to cut me some slack. I didn't grind it for a month like you did.
Neither did I.
Rings far. Quit
You know,
guessing.
honestly,
We've only got
and that I think
Going
you're
the
better off.
opposite
there.
I know, I'm
Direction.
picking up this different gun. Okay, now let's go.
Okay.
Okay. One thing you guys should know, you cannot kill
Some
someone who
materials.
is knocked.
Okay.
So do not bother shooting at a dead body. I also this purple armor I call dibs.
I call
Okay.
it the Okay, well, just kidding. I guess I'm really the only one who needs it. It's so funny. My dog sitter always drops off the dogs and is like, they're so tired. Like, they're exhausted. And then they get home and go absolutely fucking bananas.
Bananas.
But wait,
B-A-N-A-N-A-S.
but that means they're just so happy to see you.
It's bananas. I do
Who's
think
ready?
It is a little bit of like, we're home.
Yeah, let's go.
beat,
Oh
you know what I'm
my
saying?
God.
Wait. We need to wait for Sydney for this.
No, Sydney's ready.
I thought that was a clip. That was just about to
Launching
be
an air
dead.
package.
Oh my god, where are you going?
Let's fucking go.
I'm not there yet.
You said you were ready.
Oh, evac
Actually, come
tower.
with me. This team's gonna land on us. Go this way. Just follow my trail, guys. Take my balloon
Literally don't even know where
and
he
follow
is.
my trail. We're going
Okay.
east. We're going
We're
east.
going this way.
Never eat soggy.
Wheat. Oh, I'm being shot at. Interesting.
Wait, I'm also being shot at.
What? What?
Come
They
with me.
want the smoke.
Oh, they can't handle the smoke.
Who am I again? Oh my god, I'm Octane. I just like run really fast.
That's not what I want to hear my teammates say.
Laser sight here. Level 3.
Oh, I need that.
Wait, really? Oh,
Yeah.
Is that thing actually my sense? Holy fuck! Hold up a sec. What is
You
going
won't need sense. Don't worry.
on? Is it?
Can you
All
guys,
you need in this
hear
game is
that?
game sense. No, we can't hear the squeaky.
Oh,
no.
my mouse acceleration was on. What the
Oh.
fuck? That's what I
Okay.
was so confused.
I'm gonna teach you guys how to be pro Apex players. Please
Okay.
walk over here.
Yeah.
Okay, I need you to run, slide, jump, let go of W, and press spacebar right when you hit the wall. It should look like this.
Run, slide, jump, press W, spacebar.
Oh, hold on.
Let's go.
Scar
got
nailed
slide.
it.
Scar, you got slide, jump. You let go of W when you slide, okay? So you
Okay.
run, slide, jump. Okay, close.
How do you bounce back? Is it spacebar?
You,
again?
you have, yeah. You hit spacebar right when you hit the wall.
Oh. Okay.
Oh,
I
that
got
was
it.
Okay, I stalled you guys long enough in that tutorial. Here's a purple armor now.
Is that what that was? Wait,
Yeah.
I didn't even try.
Oh, no, no,
Okay,
yeah, go for it,
Sydney,
go for it.
you're next. Okay, Sydney, the important thing is when you hit the wall, you have to be, you can't be holding, you can't be holding W.
Fuck.
Eh.
This is called a wall bounce. Oh, yeah. You want to not climb the wall, it means you're holding W. Because if you hold W, you'll climb the wall, you know, like this. You don't want to do that. So you want to
W.
just slide, jump, boom.
Space. Okay.
Let go of
Shift,
W when you slide.
W. Slide. Bounce.
Shift, W, crouch, bounce. Oh,
I did
messed
it.
up. Okay. Okay, let's go play the actual game mode.
I
Also,
can't
none of
fucking
you
do it.
guys grabbed the purple armor.
Wait, that's you. That's you. That's you.
Thanks,
I-
Scar, what a
I'm-
gentleman.
Yeah, I
I
saved it for
can't believe you
Sid.
take purple armor from a streamer.
Oh.
Such an asshole.
No,
Yeah.
seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Scar agrees.
Oh.
What's in
What?
the crafter? A
Rapido.
skull piercer and a sniper stone.
Come up, cuzzies. Got some goodies.
Ooh,
Extended energy mag here. Level 4.
New kill leader, as our form.
Man, I wonder if we'll ever run into
God,
an enemy.
I've never seen. Where's the enemies?
Oh, let's just go to the fight. I want you guys to know this game mode is non-stop fighting. Like once the fight
Well, it's
begins, it
crazy
does
'cause
not
I haven't
end.
fought anybody.
Team
Yeah.
fine, and you see them north, blue team.
Where?
One
Ping?
guy, where?
I hit him 50.
34 flash. He has 60 HP.
He's
I can
behind
jump
you.
pad and we can.
Yeah. On the lane!
Gaboonga!
On the lane!
They're right on the other side of this. We have the high ground. Ow! I'm so ass at this game, you guys. It's actually
God.
insane how fucking bad
He's
I am.
coming. He's coming up behind you.
I'm knocked.
Sean, res me.
No, good news, guys. Check this out. You
Why,
think
I'm so
you
bad.
normally we'd be dead, but we got 3 strikes.
Oh, shit, no way. Wait, that's...
And we're back.
We're back.
I need to increase my sensitivity.
Increase or decrease?
So we look for
Increase.
fights.
Wait, this is like kind of a cool game mode.
And we land with them. And you're probably thinking, oh man, we gotta loot again. Incorrect.
No way you live. This is lit.
They're in this
Wait,
house.
this just fixed everything I hate about Apex.
Yeah, I know.
They're in his house.
Yep.
Wait, I just want to play this so that I get better.
Yeah. It's like really good for getting better.
In there.
Oh shit, oh fuck. The unfortunate thing is I'm still so ass
I ran out of ammo, but good luck.
that I
Tabby,
can't
res me.
shoot anyway.
Perfect. Jump up.
Shield swap. I can't shield swap. I have better armor, so I can't shield swap.
That armor's just broken because I broke it.
behind me.
Check this out.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Check this out, check this out.
Check this out. Check it out. Ah! If you guys could see me right now, you would be so ashamed.
Tap me.
Yep, tapped you.
Wait, there's another team fighting outside.
Yeah.
Wait, I can't shoot.
Wait.
Knocked
He
one.
does an ADS thing?
Tap me?
He's rezzing. He's
Knocked
flesh.
one.
I'm
What is
knocked.
going on?
Holy
Okay.
shit.
Don't worry, guys, because we have another strike. And we're going back, baby!
Okay, hold up. Is this... Dude, the PK Iron Sight sucks so much ass, man.
It does. There's a guy right here. See the
Okay.
team where we just fought? Let's land here and loot, and then we go fight.
I feel like I wasn't this bad before. No,
Same.
honestly,
No, I
Apex
understand,
takes warming up.
It does. I'm telling you, this is like the way to
They're
warm
coming?
up.
Down?
He's dead.
Mounted an enemy. Far me.
That guy just fell off the map. We can take his stuff.
I'm zipping over.
Oh,
I'm knocked. Oh god, they're zipping over.
Oh, fuck. They got knocked, Scarra, to stay alive.
Oh,
They're getting
God.
killed.
Come on, use your head.
Final strike. You're out. Wow, that was craziness. I think I did 20 damage.
20.
Wait, I kind of like this game mode because you just get the fight.
This game mode will actually make you good at the game. But the
Alright.
fights will be non-stop when they are actually going. Like, you guys could see, right? We're in the house, and there's like 6-9 people just fighting around us.
Yeah, that was a lot. Oh my god, the skin is so pretty.
So mainly, this game is really good because not only does it teach you team fighting, which is hard to practice in Apex because, like, team fighting is, like, so rare. But also... Oh, also, there's a bug where if you're bleeding out, your vision starts getting blurry. Just press escape to open the menu and then close again, and your vision is perfect.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. What's this mode? It's like a collaboration with, I think, is it Post Malone? I don't remember, but it's 3 strikes and you're out. And essentially, if you only get a strike if you group die, and the reses are
Also,
like
when you're knocked, you're invincible.
80% faster, and you can't get
What does
killed
that
on the
mean?
ground.
Someone cannot finish you. The only way you can die is if you like crawl off the map.
Oh, I get you.
It's nice because they can't thirst you like at all.
They cannot thirst you. So in this game, the only way to actually kill someone for good, you have to kill all 3. All 3
Oh,
players.
that is an interesting character.
And then you have to practice armor swapping. That's like super key in this. The reason why you can armor swap Sydney wasn't because you had better armor, it's because I took that armor.
If I ever let you down, it's
Like my empty dead armor, I swapped with that armor you're trying to take. So you're trying to take my old dead empty armor. And so the game was like, this is impossible. This armor's in every way worse, so you cannot pick it up.
Wait, is this Post Malone's collab?
Yeah, this is Post Malone's game mode.
Okay, Post Malone.
Yeah,
He's going
okay.
places. Post Malone invented the 3 strike rule. You guys know it. You guys ever heard of baseball?
Respect. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Post Malone's pastime.
Oh. Oh, I like this. Okay, yeah, like right here.
Yeah, right here. I'm gonna land right in the back here.
Oh, I'm gonna land right here.
Okay.
I have no idea what my character does.
stay clear of this area. See to the free move.
There's someone right behind me.
Okay, I'm coming over to you guys then.
Same.
There's a blue armor in here, Scarra.
He's in the same building as me.
Coming.
I hit my. I'm punching this motherfucker. I'm punching this motherfucker out, and I hit him with a and a ooh, and a bah, and a ooh.
And yeah, and hold up.
Picked up some material.
They're trying to thirst me. What do they
They
not know
can't.
who Post Malone is? You stupid idiot.
Cover for your mates.
I'm gonna tap you here.
Swag.
I locked him in. I locked him in.
I just don't, unfortunately, have a gun. So I'll be right back.
What? Another person?
I
Another
got
person?
Okay.
Yeah, these guys are fighting. These guys are fighting. So
Here,
Alright,
rest
you
me,
just
rest
stay
me, rest
alive, and run Sydney north. Because we're invincible, remember?
Oh
Okay,
yeah.
So you
But
don't
I
worry
need to
about
go
us.
pick you up, right?
Yeah, but not yet.
We'll like run.
We're gonna crawl to you. We're gonna crawl to you. Like meet us like over here.
So what? Can I get a quick rundown on my character?
Q, you shield yourself. Wait. Oh, perfect. Okay, res me first, cause I can res Scarra.
Wait, they're shooting at you. Wait, he's following. He's following.
Yeah.
us, he's following us.
We don't lead them to. Oh, they're fighting. Okay, I'm gonna come out. No, see, run back. Where you were? Yeah, that way.
Running back.
They're following.
Okay, wait.
Oh, shit! Sorry,
AT&T?
I didn't see that guy, and that was not you. That was Scarra. I'm gonna. Yeah.
Okay, your
I got
character.
this.
You look at a teammate and you Q them. You give them temporary shields
Oh.
Okay. Shield.
and your self shields when you do that. You do not get. You cannot over shield someone.
The next ring.
So you only want to shield someone who's damaged. Right here.
Okay.
Oh.
And what's my ult?
Your
Wait.
ult is basically you throw Watson fences, like 5 Watson fences, and then anyone who goes into it gets shocked and slowed. And your passive is like you literally just run faster towards us. It's hella lit.
I love this place.
Always, or when you're low?
When we're outside of the range of your passive or something. You'll notice, you'll get like a little speed boost, similar to like Bangalore. Alright, come with me. We're gonna go fight now.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys found a 1x. Oh, there's a lot of fighting here. Mucho fighting here, guys.
I'm running. I want a wingman. I can't find one.
Oh, Wingman's care
I'm
package weapon
running
now.
fast towards you. This is
Oh.
It's super good. Every bullet does 50 damage, which is incredible.
Oh wait, it automatically has like all the add-ons.
Yeah.
nice. Okay, we're a party.
Yeah, I'm burying a
Or
guy
we're
up there.
quiet.
He's new everywhere.
Can't hit anyone.
Knocked one.
Me neither.
Don't worry, Sean.
Come up, second floor. We're gonna fight second floor here, okay?
Coming.
Kill the whole squad. Loot these bodies.
Very good. We finish
Free loot?
Why is that guy running around then?
No, there's multiple parties here. Across. I'm pushing.
Knocked one.
Oh, push. Oh.
Knocked another.
Nice.
Okay.
Arc star behind the building, and I'm coming.
You're dead.
One just dropped behind the building. I'm shielding Scarra. There's one behind me as well.
Nice.
Okay,
Okay,
hilarious.
one just landed behind me.
One's on me. Lifeline.
Yeah. Oh fuck,
Nice. Good enough.
Okay, one knocked.
He's in the smoke. In the building. In the building.
Ow, I'm on fire. I'm on fire.
Inside? Okay, I'll go.
Fucking burns.
Nice. We won.
Nice.
Oh, next to
Oh,
me.
We're pushed by a
more.
new team though.
Oh no! They killed me. Hey, you know what? That was fun.
Okay.
Look how many dead bodies there are.
Yeah, that is fucking chaos. Where to, Commander?
Wow, I can throw
That's
loot
it.
out in the middle of the air. That's
Back to this spot? Fucking
Yeah.
we go back like the middle and we fight from across.
Yeah. Let's go middle.
awesome. Okay. Oh my god, I'm setting up defenses.
One is no shields. We have so much ammo here too. Like I feel like I could just do this forever.
Oh, I have 0 ammo. Anyone have
There's hella light you don't need.
no, anyone have an energy?
Nah.
Energy I don't have.
I'll switch to the scout. Shielding you, Sean?
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's like bodies there and here. For
One away on conduit.
I'm watching the people crawling to the right. More people
Yeah.
up there. Another squad.
Watching Sean get
You're
owned.
yeah, I was gonna say you are alone, Sean.
Just knocked one.
I'm running.
Alright, I'll switch back and come. Shielding Sean.
Are they res in here?
I like this character. Like I like his shields. It's lit. Oh, what's going on? What's happening to me?
They're in the other. They're in the next door house, Scar.
Putting up some armed cover. Watch out.
Oh, they're back.
Watch
They're
out!
back.
Enemy team line in the
yeah.
middle. Go back in the house. Go in the house. This is our house.
Yeah, this is my house, except for all the loot's on the other side.
Putting up some armed
Yeah, we'll
cover.
take
Really
it from
kind of
the middle.
unfortunate.
Ow! 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 Ow!
Getting attacked by another squad. Giving my shields a recharge.
God, I
I'm
can't
stuck in a corner.
use my stuff fast enough.
I took their shields down. In their
They're
building!
coming in!
They're
They're coming in!
Knocked one?
Cracked an enemy's shield.
Oh, I guess that's snipe from a different. I'm gonna crawl you if you want my res car.
Yeah. Right.
Remember, it takes 1
Yep.
second to res. Perfect.
I have
Wanna
my
keep
ult
press?
if they try
I'll
and
heal
push
you,
us
Scar.
again.
Okay.
Okay.
My shields.
Oh, a PK. I like that Scar. I like it.
Oh my god, I got a roll.
Giving my shields a recharge.
All right, you guys down to go to the other one?
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Yeah.
we're gonna do some investigating.
we could loot these
There's
bodies.
Hella ammo and all sorts of shit in here.
Rings closing in 30. It ain't far. If you're scared, well, too late.
Trying to assess the situation here. Scar, you're missing shields. Here you go.
Say hello to Sheila, mates.
Thank you.
Enemies drop down
Team
here.
lane on the middle building.
Charging my shields.
Also next to us, I think.
On us?
Oh shit! There's 2 people in here.
Oh,
Coming.
they're both
Can I
inside.
crawl up? Good ult. I'll be your shield.
I'll
You
be your
crouch
shield.
behind me if you need. Your ult is
Okay.
owning them.
You
I don't
own
know
it?
what's
Your ult is
going
actually
on.
owning them. Res me, res me. No, come back, res.
Okay.
Always
Block,
prioritize
block,
res.
block, block.
Scar, come back. Scar, come back.
Okay.
I'm a Q for us.
Thank you and Sean.
Thank you. All I need, baby.
Kidding.
Knocked one.
Oh, I'm knocked.
I got you.
Oh god. The fuck is going on, man? What are these things?
I got knocked. I'm coming back in. If you could res me. I don't know if you can put this wall down.
Are you able to get him?
Scar, can you pick up the wall?
Almost like first aid. Oh, so the res is just hella fast now?
Yeah, it's 1 second.
What is going on, man? What are these
I don't know, but
lives?
this ult is lit. How long does it stay up?
A long time.
This is insane. Goodbye, ult. Are we fighting these guys?
Oh,
Yeah.
they. Oh god. Okay. I shield him.
I got knocked.
So bad.
Oh, dude.
They're so bad.
I am
It's actually
so.
insane. It's so I'm so insanely ass at this game.
That
Holy fuck.
same. That's how I feel about this game. Is so fucking hard.
Do one of you want to try playing Lifeline?
I am super indifferent.
No. You can go for it. I
Like
just
if you
want.
want to play her, go for it. But like if you want someone else to play her, I'll play her.
This is like.
I'm gonna play Newcastle. Watch how OP this is.
Wait, I feel like. Oh, I want to play something like. I want to play Lifeline. Fuck it.
Lifeline is so good on this map.
Yeah.
She's a Lowy in top lane, but no one's allowed to help.
Mirage also say, wait, why is Mirage good?
Crash hasn't had enough ball time in days. And he's getting really pushy about the ball. He keeps dropping it like in my fucking face.
Wait, didn't he have a ball yesterday?
But he didn't like have ball time. You know what I mean?
Oh.
Like I didn't sit out there with him for an hour and throw the ball.
Oh. Like his personal ball time.
Yeah, his personal ball time. He does not want to walk. He does not want to play. He only wants ball.
That seems like a problem.
No, it's Scarra. It's like I think I created like an addiction.
A monster, yeah. Like. All right, Sean, drop us. We have the res team, the res and shield. Oh,
Yeah, wait. I feel like our team is OP.
wait, your character is actually really nice. When I got shielded by you, I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, they went there. They went there.
Yeah,
When
and one
we're-
team went down left.
So are we going here?
Yep.
Sorry, I'm eating a Twix.
A Twix?
What did we talk about the Twixes?
I know. I need to take them out of my room. It's becoming a problem. Can you hear Spyro?
You hear team fighting? Come
I'm
with
about to
me.
run at them. I'm about to run at them.
Okay. Pushing up.
No, it's criminal. Like, my gameplay is actually criminal. Oh, he's down. Okay.
Criminally awesome.
Like, I think if Sean watched me play, he would never invite me again.
No. Let's go sicko mode, guys.
I'm going. Crack one?
Doc, 2. Batting.
Reinforcing my Evo
He's
shield.
kidding.
Phoenix kick going off.
He's resting. He's in there. There's the
Oh, I
scar.
did not know he was
This
that.
guy's blocking the door. Like a
Oh.
noob.
Yeah, they're all here.
Alright, I'm watching the other door.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna hold open this door.
Oh, behind me!
All All right, Sean. Maybe
Hey, I
we run
got
out
you.
this way. We run out this way. We run out this way. Hold on. There's a guy right here. Okay. Okay.
You have your Q Scar?
Yeah.
Perfect, perfect, perfect.
He jumped down. He jumped down.
Yeah, I have a shield for us. Loot that shit. I got knocked. If you can tap me. Scar, no, don't climb up. Just tap me. Perfect.
Listen up, I'm getting shot at.
Tap me, tap me, tap me. See, we win. We're OP.
Whee!
Reinforcing my Evo shield.
I'm down. No.
Those are the separate teams too. You know what they say, guys. Revenge is a dish best served cold.
Okay, we
Wait.
going back?
Take it
Wait.
wherever you want.
That's pretty far
am I
away.
Yeah, you're the jump master. Anywhere you
yeah.
want.
I don't. Oh. Here.
Yo, Estates is always kind of hopping.
There's people on top of the middle building, or there's something on top of the middle building. I cannot.
Yeah, there's a person. It's a person.
I have like no ammo. Was she at me?
Shooting me booty hole.
Don't worry.
Oh my god.
Alright, they're revenue pushing us on the back.
Take note. There's a new kill leader.
They're coming!
Shots on me.
On you, dude. Right next to me. Right next to me. Rest me,
That's one.
Shonic. Oh, they're on you. They're on you. Oh, they're inside. They're two inside.
Cindy, you're alive!
Oh shit! Sorry, I was playing with my dogs. I'm so sorry. Me playing Apex is grief, bro.
Let's go here.
I'm so bad. I'm so bad.
I saw a bullet fire somewhere.
Oh,
There's enemy team there.
Right
You're
there.
Manny right now.
All I need is really ammo, and I will actually kill everyone.
I need Jesus.
4-4 on that guy
Fucking beamed those guys. Those guys up there have no shields or nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing. Oh, I'm gonna go for the death box.
New team fighting on you guys.
No, I'm not. There's more people.
Well, actually, they're fighting each other. They're fighting each other.
Owie, owie, owie. Owie, owie. I'm
The
moving.
one.
new blue
Ooh,
armor
nice
here.
shield. Nice shield. Nice shield.
Thank you. Ow!
Wait, someone has a bow. Like,
I don't understand when I shield swap and then it doesn't have anything in it. Or
it
like,
means someone else.
doesn't-
It means someone else shield swiped that.
Yeah.
Like someone else had taken it, broke it, then threw it on the ground.
Reinforcing my Evo shield.
Well, I feel like it should tell you that before.
Yeah, it should. You know, I agree.
Do you actually agree?
Yeah. Yeah.
1 second.
He would lie to you?
I need a
Yes.
scope, like a 1x or a
I got
2x.
you.
Lives
I got
all
you.
the time.
I got you here.
Okay, I'm coming back for you. Yeah, I like it. Oh,
That's the
go
best
We're
we
not
get it.
fighting those people.
We are. We're going back.
We're about to. I just need a
Swiggity?
gun.
Swag.
Okay.
Are we good yet?
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm like as good as I'll get.
Watch
I
your head,
wouldn't say
hello.
I'm great.
Oh no.
don't know
Oh
where the
no.
fuck
You're
they went.
great.
We're not all in the ring. Check your position.
Yo, if they left, let's just loot the bodies.
Okay, left. Oh,
Wait, they're both
99.
shit.
Knocked one.
not.
I can't grab you.
That guy
So
is
they drove
one
that?
HP. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck!
Behind us.
Okay, I dropped them all. Oh, it doesn't work.
Okay. Oh.
What's your guys' deal?
I think it should work when you die, but maybe you die.
Dude,
real
I
fast.
walked in. I think I got PK'd the head, man.
Yeah, the guy inside had a PK.
Yeah, I also got schmiggity schmacked.
Smiggity smack. All right,
You
guys.
want to get the ball?
I just want one win. Okay, one
one
dub.
win, one win.
Okay, let me buy a skin.
You don't have a skin?
I know. That's why. Don't worry, I got it. I'm gonna get one right now. No.
Wait, Scar, has your chat been blessing you?
Oh, that's true.
What
That's
do you
a huge
mean?
Part. They have to bless you. Like the All Father has to bless you so you can win
Oh,
an Apex
yeah,
game.
it's my chat's fault I'm not winning. No, I agree. I agree. That's you guys. Oh wait, now
have
they
to show off
blessed
their
me.
most angelic. They have to show off their most angelic emotes.
Now they blessed me. Wait, why? Someone cursed me. They did the curse of Raw.
Oh no, that one.
Oh,
that
no.
one's OP.
Oh shit, man.
The Egyptian curse goes hard.
Yeah, I watched like 10 episodes of Yu-Gi-Oh, and I know that Raw is 1/3 of the ultimate trio.
Wait, so what's this new character's background?
She was like a normal girl from some island or whatever, and she always looked up to all the Apex legends. Like she always wanted to compete in Apex games, but she was too normie.
Is that right? No,
And
I didn't watch the video, so.
and then she basically found a, so they used Titanfall lore where like she found a energy battery from a Titanfall character, and she accidentally like got infected, and then gave her nuclear energy waste powers.
That sounds like it could be right.
It is right.
Are we going in the big glowing ball?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excited.
Where the fuck is this red team going? Are they also going to big red glowing ball? Because I'm about to
This is
fuck them up. Will we hit this? I don't know. We didn't.
Nice.
I will go
Oh,
here.
we're not going into the smaller glowing ball. I'll go to the big ball.
That teleports us into like the other area.
Big mistake.
If I remember correctly.
A team landed on us.
We have a bust.
Oh, they're taking the pearl in the side. Don't worry, I'm good.
Blood. Shooting.
They're right here, too.
Very good, he says. Okay, I'm coming.
Like they can't fight me.
But I have a sentinel and I can fight them. I don't
That
see them.
you can.
I'm just saying, I got a devotion. I'm ready. Where are they?
Ring close in 1 minute. Run and spy.
Who in my sight?
Right here, Scar, right under you.
Oh, I'm dropping.
You want to
This
know how
guy
many
is
of those
dropping.
I hit?
New kill leader.
All of them.
Times of battle have changed.
Ring and spy
Yep.
closes in 45 seconds. Let's move.
Yep,
Call for a
sure
protector.
did. Oh my god, there's someone on me. I'm dropping.
Knocked one.
Loaded. Enemy down.
Knocked one.
I can't see!
Heads up. Making an adjustment to my mobile shield.
Thank you for the shields.
Reinforcing my Evo shield.
Now, where's the third?
I think he might still be up top. Because they're grouping with each other and walking this way. Should we stalk them?
Yeah, let's stalk them.
You
Where could they
wanna
be
stalk
going?
them?
Oh, wait.
Far.
She's cracked.
Enemy shield busted.
I can hit one. I can hit one of these.
That's all I need. I'm moving and grooving.
We'll be toasted by the ring.
Going down the other side, Scar.
Where's?
She went the other way.
Wait, where?
Dead. All dead.
Wait, you can go down there?
Yeah, you can go down another way too. The other side.
Oh, okay. Wait. Well, real quick, I need ammo. So these guys, I hope, drop the shitload of ammo.
I should put the sentinel down, if anything. But,
No. You have to practice the sentinel.
Alright. Practice the sentinel, I will.
The type of ammo they drop means it tells you like what kind of guns they're carrying.
I'm recharging my Evo shield. Not the one on
Ooh.
my back.
All right.
Care package coming down.
You wanna jump in? Oh.
Let me loot for a second. Alright, this guy's hella good loot.
You wanna jump
I
in?
also had hella good loot.
Oh, I jumped in. Oh god. Oh god.
Hi, Scarra.
Against my will, I've been pulled into the void.
Alright, let's go. Let's go into the void. It's gonna take
Okay,
you
let
right
me
here.
loot this.
Everything's looted.
Alright, I am entering the void.
Oh.
We're coming, Scarra.
Whee!
Oh wait, we're next. This is a drop packet.
Would you like to get it?
I'm running. I hear someone. I think it's you. No, I hear a shitload of people.
Okay. Oh, I see a fucking warfare over here.
4x?
A sniper.
Wingman. Oh, it's over.
Wait, do you see this?
Oh, I have a scope now. It's actually over for them.
Alright, Sydney, you fire from back here and I'm going in.
Alright, I'll shield you if needed.
Check this out. Knock one.
Ow, ow, ow. There's more.
Yo, I'm owning them. Just I'm going.
That, sending you a shield, Sean.
Yeah, I'm coming
I'm
back
back,
to
I'm
you
back,
real
back.
quick, and I'll come back, Scarra.
Wait, hold on.
I got bamboozled!
Bamboozled.
I
Team
dropped
line
the.
behind us, team line behind us, we gotta fight this team.
Okay, okay, turning. I'm ulting.
Oh, he beamed me. I'm gonna drop down, Scarra, if you wanna tap me. Right behind
Where
you.
are you?
Right next to you. I give us cover, check that out. Guy's standing on us. Knocked him.
Oh god, he got me.
Knocked
Never
two.
mind.
That's
I
fake.
got
One more, one
I think
more.
right here. This guy.
He's a little low. Decided he just shield swap
Okay,
Got
perfect.
him.
Nice, we won, we won.
Nice.
stuff.
Good fucking stuff, guys. And this team over here is still fighting whoever. Oh, head glitch right here. On my
Dropping
ping.
a bunch of good shit, I
We're
think.
fighting right now. We're fighting right now.
Okay.
Dead.
You have a
Yeah,
Q,
I'm
Scarra?
fighting right now.
Yeah. Oh no, I don't.
Yeah,
25
I'm
seconds.
fighting right now.
Where the fuck did this guy come from? Sydney, your ult actually carried that so hard.
This ult is fucking good.
Reinforcing my Evo shield.
This guy just fell off. Like, yeah, he just fell
Oh, I
off.
fell off the map.
Hey, free loot.
Gold star.
Not a whole lot of light ammo.
All right, I'm ready to go.
All right, let's fuck it. Let's send it.
Wait, actually.
I knocked one.
An enemy.
Oh, what the hell? Okay, I'm going.
Okay, they're dead. They finished them. There's another team.
Firing.
Knocked one. Let's go.
Took down a
Okay,
foe.
coming. Hey, Tinkerbell, what are you doing?
Hit him once. Hit him once plus 50.
They're going out the back.
I got bamboozled.
Grenade.
Batting.
There's a team behind us too. One on the right side. Teams. I'm lit.
Oh, I got down. I got down. He's coming out right on top of me. Lifeline.
Okay.
Lifeline right here.
Oh shit.
Aw, he's behind me.
Oh. Okay. Wait, I lose my weapon?
No, you don't. You don't.
Oh no, I do if it's a drop packet for a weapon.
Oh, care pack weapons you might, yeah.
Oh, it's just gone.
Alright, since you don't have a secondary gun, let's land you on this tower.
Wait, he took my shotgun mag too? No, wait, all this is fucking looted. I mean, I'll take the 7. Whatever. Hard rifle. I'm ready.
I'm also ready.
Rings nearby. 1 minute till close.
Why did she laugh?
What? What?
What did she do? What did she do?
Okay, so I'm standing on this platform, right? And I'm trying to snipe, and I'm like, dude, what is wrong with my like there's something wrong with my scope or my mouse. It keeps dragging really hard to the left. The fucking platform spins. I was so scoped in, I couldn't tell what the fuck was going on. I thought my mouse was broken. Oh my god, they're right there.
Knocked one.
There's one on me. Wait, my
got
movement's so
enough.
crazy right now?
I'm coming back.
Like, my movement was crazy.
Sorry, tap red. Yeah, nice. Keep tapping. I'm coming, you guys. Third fights. 2 different parties. I'm gonna call you, Scar.
One is dead. I have no idea.
This hallway.
Oh, I got. Can he res us?
Let's explore that way.
Wherever you are, Sydney.
What if we drop down? What if we drop down?
And then res me,
Oh.
Scar right after. Trust me, the res me has the play here. Look at this. And res me. Oh.
Okay.
And
just
see
dropped you?
everybody.
That's never happened before.
Okay, in between this and WoW, I am gonna take the dog.
Okay.
Are we going straight right back? Oh, wait a second. Wait, we're going right back. Wait.
Right
wait,
back.
Wait, get ready, get ready.
Oh yeah. What's up, bitches?
I am out of heavy ammo though.
Remember when you fucked with me? I'm out of.
Is rest
light.
super fast? Yeah. Stupidly fast.
Yeah, let's leave. I think we need
Okay,
ammo.
is this the right?
We dropped, we dropped.
Cowabunga! There's
And we
someone
could
in
fight.
this
We could fight them
next
in the
building.
storm.
Okay, I have 23 ammo, by the way. I'm gonna check this crate first, and I'll
Okay.
be right back.
I'm just showing them that we exist.
Oh, they showed us.
They know. They're shooting at me. Okay, that gave
You know,
me
fuck it. I'll trade this.
I think they're pushing us.
I hope the fuck you do. Oh god, don't.
Left
Don't.
side? Okay, I'm running. Okay, I'm still running.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm still
repositioning.
running.
Knock
Still
one.
running.
Okay, turning now.
You're on me.
Let that guy 105. Oh, there's another fucking squad, you bitch.
Another squad.
45 seconds until ring
They
close.
come to us
I
right now.
need a boost. That wasn't off the map. That's off the map.
Good, 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 Scar.
That's off
Perfect.
the map.
That's good. Can I tap me again?
No, I'm.
Ring close. Firing. Right there.
Remember,
Sorry,
Scar,
I'm
you can
kind
press.
of out of the count because I don't have any fucking ammo right now.
No, we
be
just
right
walked
back.
you. We just walked you.
Yeah, we crawl to you. We have infinite life.
Okay.
Dude, it's
They're
bugged.
fighting
The-
No,
everywhere.
hit escape, Scar. There you go.
Yeah, yeah. I had to do that.
Keep getting better.
Okay, am I being quiet while you
Yeah,
crawl to
you're
me?
definitely being quiet.
This guy's right in front of us watching. Oh, never mind.
All right, they are.
You can't see me. Cause I'm in the bush.
We're outside.
We're good.
Okay, come.
Let me know when you're
Scar.
safe.
Rest Scar,
Res-
Scar.
res-
Run
res-
him.
res-
Care package on its way.
Let's get you back on your feet, kapatid. Quit lying. I gotcha.
I'm gonna. You
Okay,
here? I'm
pushing
gonna
from the right side.
Left side too.
Yeah.
Fools just joined in.
Bit tough, isn't it?
I'm spotted. Taking fire.
Oh, I'm not. They're right on me.
I'm not. Okay. Knock.
Oh, there's a ladybug on my window. Did you
Oh
know that?
my god, this game was so hard.
Yeah.
ladybug
This
is
is,
good,
have
let's
you
kill
ever
it.
won one, Sean? Not
Yeah.
like in a passive aggressive way, but like, is it possible?
Yeah, like, have you ever in your life won?
I won 3.
Okay, okay. So it's
Okay.
like it's a me and Scarra thing. is
No,
what you're
no, no,
saying.
no, no,
saying this is
no.
I
our
mean, who were
fault.
you playing? Were you playing like Imperial Hal or?
Oh yeah, I was playing with Imperial Hal and Vilhurst.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah.
I feel better now. I feel
Hmm?
better. Oh, there's some good skins in the shop right now.
This is the Post Malone skin. Oh no, we're not. gonna see
Wait,
it.
Avatar: The Last Airbender premieres February 22nd, 2024.
But isn't it the live action?
Oh,
It's like the new one.
Hopefully gonna be good.
Who's the main actor in it? If it's not Ryan Gosling as Aang, it's bad.
The new Charge Rifle. I thought
Do
it
you
was.
feel
was
confident
oh,
about that
fuck, man.
sentence? Like you feel good about that?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay.
And we should bring back Britney Spears as Katara.
Oh, I like that.
Okay.
Wait,
And Uncle Iroh can be replaced by Donatello the Purple Ninja Turtle. And I guarantee people will go watch that movie.
I would
will
watch
bet,
it. If I would
bet all of
absolutely
my
watch
money
it.
that people will go watch that.
I would literally be the first one there.
I want McDonald's really bad, but like I'm trying to be good. Like I want it really bad.
What would you even get from McDonald's?
McChicken.
Oh, you know, I've been slowly disillusioned by McDonald's recently. At least the McChicken. I think after having Wendy's, chicken.
Sponsor Scarra, just in case. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, I know, no. I feel like I prefer other chicken sandwiches at the
I'm
moment.
removing your sponsor. You take that back.
He just lost McDonald's.
No, I still like their fries and they're hot and spicy, but the regular McChicken, they're gonna need to win me back.
Right here.
Also, when did Taco Bell become the best value of all the places?
It's always been the best value.
I swear to God,
it's just not very good for you.
Oh,
But it's
this
the
guy right here,
president
this guy right
value.
here, this guy right here, right here, right here.
Let's get the fuck out of here, guys. Let's get the fuck out of here. Let's get the fuck out of here.
You mean
Let's
in there?
jump
Oh,
off.
You're like,
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Get out of here.
John. Oh,
If
okay.
they chase, I'll kill them all. Run in here.
Where do I go for loot? Okay.
This way.
Yeah, I was just about to say the Hemlock's OP now, right?
Yeah, Hemlock is super. It just got nerfed, but it's still super good.
I got nerfed.
Yeah, I got nerfed because it was so good.
I'm gonna be honest.
Oh.
I don't know that I can play this until we win because I just don't really know how long that's gonna take. You
Oh,
know?
that's
and,
just this game. That's this
not
game.
in the-
Yeah,
Okay,
literally
alright.
right now.
New kill leader. Not for long, pal.
Well, if Scar's chat would get on it and bless us, I don't think it would be
That's
much
true,
of an
that's
issue.
I agree. Is
Yeah.
the Nemesis still broken or?
Yep.
Sweet. Very cool. Like, can you hear my dogs?
No.
Nope.
Your gate's doing good work.
Okay. He's going. I know that was me imitating you. That's what you sound like, Spyro.
Can you get a junior? Oh, a junior McDonald's drink for $5. Dude, the only thing that's $5 left anymore is Taco Bell. They got that $5 menu. The combo thing with that's like fire. Really good value. Not sponsored, by the way, but I'm just saying. I think.
And they're
Dude,
fighting.
we got fights. Man, I'm bored.
Cindy, I'm throwing you a launch pad right there.
Beautiful
Coming.
job, lad. Just sitting here.
I'm getting my ult before I come over.
I watched a video about the
Nice.
best value fast food recently, and Taco Bell won with by like.
Scar, we either wait for our third or we go sicko mode.
Hold on,
No,
just
go
wait, I'm just
sicko
waiting,
mode. I'll be there. I just got the speed boost from being far away from you, and now I'm.
Oh
gonna take the
shit! You got a
jump pad.
speed boost?
Yeah, it's like Soraka when you're below.
Oh,
100%.
that
It
is
is
like.
like Soraka. That's a good way to put it.
Thank you.
Got some materials,
I understand
amigos.
video games every once in a while.
God, we have white shields, guys.
Yo, got us some materials.
That is
You know what
not
else
true.
we have?
Art.
Conduit ult.
Oh.
Ooh. They're zipping across.
Let's go over there. I'm bored here. I'm going in.
All right, I'm here.
Shooting at me?
He's coming up.
Conduit's 1 HP.
Charging shields. Come on, come on.
I'm gonna drop
Healing?
ult, like right on them.
Here we go. Jammer time.
Recharging my shields.
Ow.
I fucking. Going back up.
I got knocked, but I did 150 to 2.
Another squad coming.
Ah, there's another team.
Oh, I res you okay?
Teams
Yeah.
My asses, you know.
I'll come back to you.
And they also they dropped the conduit. Ew.
What came second? I don't remember.
Don't worry, I attacked Scarra here, and we're back in business.
Wait, hold on. There's a guy. No, there's not. There's not. There's not.
They
There
are
is a guy,
getting
there is a
pushed
guy.
by
You're
another
right.
team right now.
Yeah, right here.
There's a guy here. Hold on.
Right here.
There's a guy here as well. Oh,
Hey,
a lot of dudes.
everybody.
I'm dropping.
Conduit
Here.
pushing above you. Conduit above you.
All right, Sean, if you drop to me. Oh, right here. Oh yeah.
Oh, I got knocked. Fuck.
I got. Oh god. In normal I found. Okay, it's fine. First strike. We just need a third party. Someone get their shield. Oh, well, you sent us really far away. You don't believe in us?
Did I send far? Oh, I want that. If you don't want that.
Eyes out farm.
What, the R99?
Yeah, but I'm gonna use your car that you had. I'm on here. I want you guys to know the game that I actually won. I ran double R9. And I just dual wielded that shit.
I was gonna say, it does just feel like we're just constantly in each other's face.
They're here.
Wait, do you wanna deactivate
They're here.
Okay.
They just hit the middle thing.
Yep.
Over there looks full. Charging shields.
One's right here.
Got an enemy out there.
One's right here.
Getting shot at.
Crack the middle one.
Okay.
I'll get you amped
Sending
up.
you a shield. Mostly so that I can shield myself up.
I'm spotted. Taking fire. Just giving my shields a recharge.
Keep them distracted. Keep them interested.
Yo, cracked an
Wait, hey, Octane's one.
Yeah, coming in. Ashwell. Oh, on the right?
taking fire.
He's actually
Running.
one. That guy's actually one.
Amping.
I'm running.
Jump that out.
I need to heal real quick.
There's 3 on me. 2 here. I
I'm
missed
knocked.
my Eva shots. Sean, if you can drop down.
Aren't you glad
Tammy.
Fuck. Wow, Eva does not do that much damage. What?
It probably does like 40 to 60 per
Wait, I
shot.
swear I hit him with all of my shit there. Yeah, I pushed that lifeline and I did not get the. I did not hit. I missed all my shots. Also, the other team was here as well.
Wait, I might just run this.
Oh, they're fighting.
Yeah. The biggest thing is you always want to res over fight or heal, because
Yeah.
you basically get a free. Oh, what the
There's
fuck?
a kill leader. That's a target on your back.
Wait, did one of you?
Fighting,
guys
they're
take
fighting.
No, I have this.
Shoot. Let's go this way. Reload him.
Getting shot at.
Oh, fuck.
Reloading. Down an enemy.
bad guys? Let's do this.
Healing.
They're running away. I just sniped them. They're running away now.
Wonder what the fight was.
Shielding you, Scarra.
Thank you.
Let's go that way.
Someone right below me.
Oh,
Knocked him. 106.
Target.
Right here.
Say hello. Setting myself up a bit.
He's running around. fucking
55 flash on that guy.
How do you get to do that?
Knocked one.
I got. I'm gonna shield you right now, Scarra. I'm knocked. One on me.
Focus on you. Don't revive me yet.
There's
Thank
her.
you.
I missed. Press me.
Yeah, stop. Ooh, fuck.
That's all you. Oh no!
NT.
I suck at the Eva. I'm just gonna say it. I fucking suck at. It might not even be
You-
the Eva. Might just be
Do you
just
like
in
the
general.
PK?
I like PK.
Do
way
you
better.
think you guys would be able to find a fill for me so I can play with Crash? He's being a freaking freak.
No. I understand because you need to go.
Heck
I
of a
also need to go. I will take. It'll be me. I have to go play TFT. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
It's
We
Scarra's
had to
fault.
just ruin the group.
All right.
Scarra's fault. God damn you, Scarra.
It was a pleasure playing, everyone. I'll see you guys on Hardcore WoW. You
See you on
too,
Hardcore
Scarra.
WoW.
Goodbye.
Have fun on TFT. Bye
Okay,
bye.
Good luck,
goodbye.
Scarra. I hope you win all your games.
All right, I'm gonna play some ads real quick. P, accept this and go piss. Or I was gonna piss my pants. Shit. What happened? Where is it? Multi-talented. I want multi-talented. Where's multi-talented? Is it this one? Yeah. Oh, it's a black screen. Okay, hold on. Sorry, Apex requires a certain specific thing. Rapid fire, Edward. Disco. Disco's kind of awesome, to be honest. I'll do this for now, and then I'm gonna figure this out. Wait, I have to throw so much tree. I have so much tree damage. Isn't that 4 tree damage? Oh, but I have two this. Should not put these two in. I got baited. Fuck. I actually want to sell this and pick up the tree damage. One. Emo Spellweaver. Wait. It's lit. I have not played this yet. Is this a reroll? An anti-reroll comp? Anyone know how to play this? Okay, I don't know how to play this. I'll figure it out. Emo Spellweaver. Went there today. You choose with 2 artifacts. Forge is 2, and then At 3-2 it's 3, and at 4-2 it's 4. But yeah, they nerfed 4 because it was too consistent, which I agree with. I think 4 was too much. Okay, wait. How does emo work? Let me redo this. Emo ability costs less mana to cast, and they gain mana whenever an ally dies. Okay. Wait, how come this looks like a Vex carry and not an Annie carry comp? Is this really Annie carry? This feels really... You about the Moo today? Oh shit.
My fans are the reason I sing.
I think I'm gonna just do oh shit, hold on a second. You're gonna do a Moo. And I'm just gonna end up playing Vex carry. Perfect. Give her something is you just gotta throw shit in there. Wait, this could be Poppy carry. I can do moshing, moshers, and wait, is Poppy even good? Is Vex even good? Vex carry sounds lit too.
Let's get to the fun part.
Easy on the eyes. Don't I know it?
I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Don't worry, guys. I got this. I got it. All right, I'm gonna just pre-level this. I think the point of playing good for something is you want to level because you get more when you die and you frontline your carry. Like you kill like one unit. Maybe you kill one unit. Fuck if I know. I get. But then you get a lot of gold, right? It's lit. And then you're just looking for, you're pushing for a Moo thing, right? So let's see if don't fucking do it, dude. Don't fucking do it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. KDA Punk. I don't even know what I could use this for in this comp. Oh, I can do emo. I can do emo. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh shit. Wait, what's an emo? Oh shit. Hold on. Let me grab the emo units then. This. Okay, so what can I do with this? This is the comp, right? But then now I get to add one emo. So is it is Poppy OP? Like what does Poppy do? I can add like moshers. What are other moshers? Emo Karthus plus oh Karthus. Oh, because it's an executioner and it's pentakill. But what is oh, I kind of like that. Oh, okay.
Come at me.
So then if it's Arthas, that gives me wait, but why do I need pentakill? Wait, why the fuck do I need pentakill? Oh wait, I need is this Guardian? That's a Guardian, right? So Guardian probably plays Thresh. What are the other Guardians? Wait, is Geared for something broken? Why does this augment look absolutely fucking insane?
Make me hurt you.
Let's get this party started.
We got Thresh Tamira. I'm wondering if country's even worth it. It's mainly because
Get off my level.
I care about your units. Actually, I guess that's okay. So we can do. I should have sold the Samira then. Oh, Urgot's a monster as well. Wait a second. Wait, I kind of like it. Wait. It's kind of looking a little bit better. And then you're hitting one of these, right? You have to make whatever happens. You have to make sure you're getting an emo. But what are you emo spamming in this comp? Urgot? It's definitely not Samira. It's like Urgot or a Thresh, I guess. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. 7, and then it just might be Thresh. Thresh sounds really fucking good. Oh, not this. Not doing Twin Terrors. Harm assist for this comp good? Let me think. Yes. Oh, harm assist is kind of awesome for this comp. You ran the 4 cost? Wait, how did that work? Probably should have put something up here. I don't know how that stupid monster plays. What is that unit? There's a lot of country players here. %40 less. What is the second 40% less? Oh, it costs less mana to cast. Oh, interesting. This guy's board looks so terrible. Okay, am I going to fast 80 this or? I say I skip fog here, right? Wait, what if I take this and I don't make crown? What? Wait, okay, what are the things I can make here that would be reasonable and not grief my game if I go punk? It's really just, or emo, it's really just emo and that's it. Wow. I can maybe leave for pentakill if I wanted. If I get 2 tiers, I gave away Annie, right? Which is actually awesome. If I can take away Annie, I can run like 4 Executioner or random bullshit. It doesn't play well unless you get a Yorick. Yeah, unless I get 2 spats, right? But I mean, I still need 1 emo, 1.
Careful. This pack's a wallop.
Okay, let me see this. Gain 80 armor and R, hammer the nearest 3 enemies. Gain AD based on bonus health. Oh my gosh, these skills have health. Oh, someone said Punk Poppy was the like, oh. I think a lot will depend on what my items here are. Oh. If I emo here, is it really that bad?
Burn all deceivers.
Is it here?
Get off my level.
Smear in here over this. If I not do. I don't think I'm doing the pentakill here. I'll hold this just in case something crazy happens here. Oh my fucking god. Okay, what the hell do I even put? Okay, this needs to leave. Did I miss a Vex?
Careful. This pack's a wallop. I'm dancing. Happy. I'm dancing. I don't care. Don't care. Don't care.
Okay, how the fuck does this work? Okay, okay. Am I dead here? Oh shit. Oh fuck. Okay, I was kind of dizzy there. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna play some bad. Fuck. It's like one of those sets where I need to roll on a lot earlier, man. Oh, what's up, Emily? Yeah, I was limit testing. I will say the gold augment seems pretty good. I kind of like that. Wait, limit testing too hard. Yeah, I don't know, man. I definitely feel like I could have just an Annie reroll, man. Emo is weird because if you think about it, the only unit I want to stack is a Mumu. I want to stack a Mumu and I want to stack that other dumbass unit. A Mumu and Vex, but it's kind of awkward because like it's all over the place. Take another welcome back for 77 months. Thanks for something. Dude, the one guy who played Super Fan Lilia reroll, that guy's the GOAT. I saw that, I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then he went to fast 10. I was like, holy shit, this guy's a genius. Actually fucking genius, by the way. I kind of want to. God, you're just supposed to take this every time. I kind of want to keep this bard because, like, I have 2 of these, right? I might as well keep the bard.
Good. Who's next?
I think we have never played Punk before. Oh, do I want to play this version of Punk though? You kind of want the 4 Punk, right? Damn, pumping up. Did they buff it again? It kind of looks awesome. Wow, they give you a champion duplicate as well? This augment, okay, read this fucking augment. Everyone gets their headliner. Everyone. And it's like fucking crazy. Oh, I can technically Barbie roll, but it's not that good. You this want to go like 8, pretty sure. Wait, this is a way to play Barbie roll? Yeah. It's 10 cast. I didn't get Rage Blade at the very beginning, so it's like useless pretty much. What is this one's? Rage Blade OP. Wait, I can play sets. It has permanent HP scaling. Oh wait, that's one of the best ones. Holy shit, wait, hold up. I believe I'm going some hard steel bullshit though. Do I want to go hard steel bullshit? It's so good with this though. 50 HP. What do I even do with this? Honestly, this is like no value for me. Maybe it's QSS. Heart Steel? Might be Heart Steel. Probably just JG. He's actually yeah. Pretty sure I played some version of Pentakill here, right? Like, what can use this item? And any nowhere? Let me go open up this thing. Bullshit. Pentakill. Like, what can use Shojin? It's this unit. That's it. What the fuck, man? Caitlin's Shojin could be an easy item. Oh. Wait a second. Is this just the Bard game? Drop a rage like here. I'll consider it. Damn, I did drop a piece of rage blade. So I mean, I could do Rage Blade. I'm okay with that. I wish I had another Rage Blade. But these items suck for Bard, actually. I don't really want to do this. I don't really want to. Do you see what is fucked up? My disco ball has, I don't know which one. Is it this one or is it this one? This. I hated all my options here. Yeah, that's 40 gold. That sucks. Does literally have to get it next rounds? That's fine. Whatever, man. I wonder if it's actually a Caitlyn game. What is this? What is rapid fire? The fuck is a rapid fire? Is it this? That's not rapid fire. Wait, is 8-bit even worth it? I guess it's okay. I mean, what other 8-bit things are there? If I was playing hard out, you're just ignoring him. Yep. Mark, I could suck my. Okay, so I have my determined investor. Great. Yeah, perfect. Ooh. I might be out, as they say. Does he ever give me the 1 gold? I swear he doesn't improv the 1 gold that much. I'm going back to cart this. Here we go. Oh, I actually kind of want this. Olaf. Probably back it up. I need a sentinel. How much is that? 4 pentakill? Is there a way to the 5th pentakill easily? What's this? Fuck. The 5th pentakill is so hard though, man. This is the comp? Oh, I need an execution. I think it's too tanky. Wait. Might be good, might be good, might be good. Oh, it's not. I really dislike my item. I mean, yeah, is Viego an AD character? Anyone know? Let's do this. What was your experience like in Japan? It was great. Wait, no joke. Is this bar not only? But what's that? What is he on? He's only at 2 dudes. Yeah. If I can get to Bill Gates, it's really OP, but I don't know if I can get there. I'll see what Ogre I get. I mean, how good are the headliners for 5 pop? I haven't even seen most of them. I know Soma looks insane. You ran 4 costs. Not an extension. Does anyone know if Viego's AD? Okay. Wow. Wait, the Bard is so much damage. Okay. He's only got 3 dudes. I'm level 459, I think. I just play 5 costs. Or 458. Down for declock, yeah. This timing that uplink being back was crazy. I remember that augment was like one of the best in the game. This gens, but when grand finale rifle, what's one? Oh. This set feels like it was for you with how Chosen arrived in sets. You know I hated Chosen when they came out. For me, I don't know about that.
Burn all deceivers.
Really fast now with his bard. It kind of looks like it. I'm still beating people. That's crazy. Wait, what is that guy's augments? Okay, I've seen that one before. I've seen these before. Seen those before. You no longer get interest to gain 4 XP per round. Is that good? How much is 4 XP? You normally get 2, right? Is it add 4 on top or is it just 2? There's 5 XP yesterday? Oh. 5 seems broken. It definitely is a massive upgrade. Yeah, they changed a lot of how Chosen work. And honestly, this is the first set that feels like you're playing the game like it should be played, kind of. We'll see. I have to wait till it gets to live before I make statements like that. But they did a lot of good things well in this set. Like, there's a lot of the TFT where it's like, I don't know, man. I feel it's like recently the sets have been like these hard force comps, like one thing swings, like one augment swings the whole game or something. A lot of items are like just required or BAS for stuff. It does not feel great. +2, so it's 4 rounds or 6 rounds. Is that good? Like, I cannot tell. I would need to know when you hit like certain levels. Well, you know my items, guys, they're gonna go on better units later. I may get a 4 to 5 cost this game. Probably, we'll see how badly I lose this round. If I lose pretty bad, I might need a level this round. I lost pretty bad. Wow. 15 is pretty bad. If I was better at this set, I could level 4, 5 or 5, 5, but I do not think I'm better. Skills, I think. Is this unit good? What does he scale with? Is it AP AD? I can give him TS.
Shadows into the spotlight.
Patient. I'm not impatient.
My brain fucking hurts right now. Holy shit. Game attacks me every time you attack. His is rewards extra gold. Okay, just give me this 2-star. Just sell this. Fuck, you put on the wrong unit. What the fuck? What's my third? Oh, yeah, not bad. Oh, he's stuck. Loser. Nah. What is rapid fire? What the fuck? Wait, what is the rapid fire thing? Halo.
I much prefer this to desk duty.
Shadows into the spotlight.
Yeah, the visual bug is fucking over my thing, man. Bro. Wait, who's the other bruiser? Oh, I fucking trolling. I actually need this one in. How much gold did I just get from the backline here? What the F? I don't think I need killing. Sorry, the disco thing is making it fucking weird, man. Let's just do this, right? Reduce mana by 10. Oh, he beat me. Interesting. I don't think I'm playing that. Wait, is there another EDM unit I would use? No, not. Oh my god, I saw the wrong one. Okay. Right, how am I not gonna go back here? That has a whole fucking bench.
We are not one soul. We are many.
Didn't even be that bad.
Shadows into the spotlight.
Ulti man? Let's fucking go. This guy's level 10 as well. Oh, I want the game. You don't pick that one up, right? GG. All right, E spins for 10k. When he kills a unit, I get I got 40 gold that round. Huh. Okay. Huh, all right. Fuck it, maybe just switch over to Ziggs 3 for fun. He didn't even let me play the board, man. God damn it, man. That's a mad red. Oh, he tried to get Yorick 3. I don't think he wins with Yorick 3. Well, maybe. The ghouls might do too much damage. But the diamond hands makes it really hard for him to win. Diego 75547. What about for 3 years? Thank you so much for resub. I'm gonna play some ads. And we go again. Well, that was a pretty flex. That was a pretty flex thing. Yeah, I mean, the top end due to my first prismatic is just disgusting because I get headliner for my whole comp. So if I can go into that comp, it's gonna be like ridiculous regardless, right? There's a couple different variations of the front line you could play, but I think I like the one that I got. The disco. So these RAT levels are broken. I mean, I've seen a lot of the 5 costs, right? And they're like super omega ultra disgusting. Where it's like I don't know. A lot of them are just they just shoot your whole board. They just kill your whole board. I would love to get a set. Heartsteel set and just play Heartsteel reroll here. Oh, what the? Kitty, welcome to the stream, guys. I'm just playing some shit. I'm playing the new set 10 TV. And I'm just trying out some stuff. I don't know how much Kitty's been playing. Oh, I think just to pick this up because I have 2 bruisers. He's pretty good. Seems pretty good. I haven't played 8-bit. Dude, I played so much disco already, man. Am I really discoing out again? I want to play 8-bit or Big Shot. If you start Kiana, I just hit a 3-star whatchamacallit, Pain. I had the most disgusting board, honestly. I don't even know how could have lost. I am gonna greed. Fuck this shit. Okay. Rich get richer. Let me throw this. The problem is you really want to re-roll a lot of these because they're kind of whatever. Well, maybe people take that. Oh, what's an AP unit? What's an AP unit? Someone, please tell me what the fuck is an AP unit? Bard? Bard? I should level here. Like, I mean, I could. I kind of want to level just for the chance of hitting a bard thing. I don't think it's worth holding on to stuff. Yeah, there's another one. There is another one. Like what is my board with Bard? Okay, let's clear all this shit and let's try to figure out a board with Bard. So I'm thinking it's Disco Bard, right? Is it not? Is it not like this plus some bullshit? And it's Bard. You have one Dazzler, which probably could be. Is it EDM? Maybe it's EDM Bard. Is there an EDM thing that is tanky? I think more than 2 Dazzlers does not matter for Bard. You want more tanky stuff. I think the tank. No. I'm wondering if. Oh, hold up a sec. Is there a? Does the Zac thing actually tank, or what? What is this? What's the normal pulse? Every 3? Oh, it's not as good as I thought. I think it's very. A lot of CC and healing. Oh, so you can just go EDM then. So if you're gonna go EDM, you can do like Lux, Zac, Zed, Jax, and you can do obviously the Bruiser. It could be anything. Down for this. Whoa. Fuck. You always just force a thrash. That's true.
Easy on the eyes. Don't time.
Do I just slam this? Oh, Clear Mind's back? Wait, I love Clear Mind. Wait, this is one of my favorite augments. Clear Mind is like not even that good last time, if I remember correctly. Does it always say don't trade? Nope. Please give me a bard, man. Oh my god. Wait, do I have to sell this? Wait, now that I already have Dazzler, do I even want? I think Dazzler is so fucking overrated, man. After you get 2, it's like I just want frontline, right? I want like giga enormous frontline. But still not you need damage. Nah, trust me, trust me. He has damage. He's the deeps. That's fine. I'll probably just play EDM with it. I might play disco. Actually, you can easily throw in 3 disco with that's fine. I'll play 4 guys. Monsters? That's huge, actually. That's big. Very big. Is this? Did they change anything about the cost for stuff? Do I just roll at? I just roll at 3, right? Or I roll at 6, right? For bar 3. I need to see what super fan bard is. Is it a rage blade? What 7? Is 7 the same? I don't really want to roll at 6. I feel like I'm like fine. Roll at 6 feels kind of bad. And bard is a Jack Show item. Oh, that might be better than Shojin, honestly. Wait, hit overtime. Hell yeah. That's a dub. I'm probably re-rolling, right? So I don't want to do this. You know which you can solo PvE? I don't know. I'm assuming maybe Lilia. That goes insane. There, yes, 3-star. That is not good. I am not gonna enjoy this one. Dude, I just need Rage Blade, but it's like, how many of these has he cast so far? Really playing KDA Nico? I mean, Guardian's even that bad. Like, if I just go Nico, if I new roll Nico and Country, is it that bad? I think it's probably fine, right? Am I hitting the other guy? Oh, I'm not. God. I feel like Young, by the way, I think the value of Young Wild 3 went up this set. Just in general, not even if you're win streaking, because spats are more interesting. At least for pure fun, I think for sure the value went up. I'll be honest, I was not paying attention. I fucking lost a spat. Actually, I don't know if I lost a spat. It was on the opposite side. I don't think I'm guaranteed that, right? Like, I still don't know what I want. It's just this. I mean, I would need 2 dazzlers, right? What's the other dazzler? I mean, obviously. If it's Ziggs, I might as well play Lulu. I think I don't play either. Then it's not this then, right? It's fucking. Yeah, it could be this with for sure. Thank God that fight took a long time. I know somehow I'm gonna end up playing this Nico. I have too many Nikos. Also, how did I emote that guy? He is 50. Man, am I not just not going this? Fuck this, yeah. Is this not the comp? This? That's pretty good. This Jazz dude. How many traces is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is 6 enough? What do I do now? Do I just fucking slam? I just slam Oh, RC is gone. Whoa, 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 whoa. I almost griefed it right there. Play short. Yeah, later. This is the frontline stuff. Four or 5 cost gain. Oh, that's not good. Wait, gain 10% attack speed. Is that good? I feel like that's not good. Definitely best friends. Best friends. I already have a Lulu too, man. I don't need another one. I have 0 best friends. I just realized, oh no. Oh, the tip chance is 1%. Oh, what the heck? That's why I see like on average like 1 or 2 tips a game. Cause I was curious. I was like, why did it feels like it doesn't rotate correctly, and it does not rotate correctly because it doesn't do that. What percent per new? Oh, interesting. I don't even know how to use this, but I mean I can use it for jazz. That'd be cool. Okay. Sell this. Was there a bard here? Look at this guy's board. It's fucking completely filled. Do I always play this? I don't even think I play this. Hey, Sentinel? Okay. This gets sold for... Wait, does this count as best friends? Wait, I don't fucking know. Oh, it's fucking game. Hold up a sec. Dude, I feel like this comp works best if you just have a 3-star bard. I do not have a 3-star bard. Also, my brain just thought of something interesting. I don't know if it's good or not. No, it's not worth it. Emo bard? It's probably the best way to get him to pass, right? Emo, then you can do Shojin Rageblade. fuck is this? Thank God. Holy shit. I need to make it to 8 tier, but that's really hard. I just do this, I guess. Okay, is Bard not owning now? Wait, how many dudes? Yeah, 5. 5 seems pretty low. I'm just gonna wait. I mean, this is honestly so much worse than finding. I might just need to sell this. I need 6, right? Zach was not in my comp, really. What the fuck? There's no way this is actually worth playing. Is it? Fuck, it might be worth playing actually. 14% damage. 20%, 7% more life. You Dazzler, yeah, I know. Okay. Wow, is this solution back? Yeah, but I mean that's so expensive. I don't think I can get there. Wait a second. Wait a sec. Wait a sec. Is 20 MR? Well, I mean, I'm down to just level for poor Jazz. What is it now? This feel right. This football is freaking just useless for me. Poor Jazz is 28% health, 21% damage. Yep. He tipped me? He tipped me? Trying to think this fucking unit such ass. Frontline? Yeah, well. Yeah. I mean, the disco orb gives 3% life. Is that worse than 20 armor? It's probably worse because I have so much life. The disco ball is useless, actually. Ezreal 3. This bard unit sucks, man. This bard unit blows. Oh, we'll play some ads. Of a skill issue? Yeah, the skill is not buying the bard. I think you can maybe do it with that one thing that I had where everyone gets their headliner, or if you get like rage blades early. But like, I don't know, man. You need like 2 items and bard early. Favorite trade right now to listen to? I like jazz. And hyperpop. To play, I mean, Hearthstone is always fun. I don't know. I need to play 8-bit and punk. I need to see some stuff. Tia for more frontline. Yeah, I know. I know. I know you're probably supposed to have more frontline and just not play disco, because like disco at that point was kind of grief me. You probably just play Sentinels, Guardians, whatever bullshit, you know. Even then, I feel like I don't have damage. Like, I need Ziggs or Lucian to actually do damage. I did okay. I've seen some interesting rerolls. I've seen Olaf. I've seen I want to try set Hearthstone reroll, but like that's really like you have to set one. You have to get it early because you have to kill him every round. So it's like a little bit situational. What else? Okay, this is gonna look really troll. I think gold augments are more interesting than prismatic a lot of the time, because they're essentially hero augments. Yeah, I saw someone reroll. The most interesting reroll was Lilia reroll, but you can only do it if you hit the super fan. The double augment one was really good. The Lilia reroll is only good if you get the super fan plus other stuff. It was fucking insane. Jax reroll. I saw some people playing it. It looked terrible. Like just straight up, it looks so fucking bad. At some point, I do need to do punk, but I don't know what to do for punk, man. Ooh. Pentakill Sentinel. Emo Executioner.
Boom, baby.
Yeah, you need an emblem with punk. I swear to God. Bruiser. That's boring. Very 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow, I'm not gonna sell here. Surprisingly, I'm just holding on to it. Yeah, we'll go. Eight bit. Wait. What is? How does 8-bit work? For your team's damage? No. Is this not better than? We're looking for Corky boys. Also, question on Corky. What do I put on Corky? Is he just what does he scale with? Like, this is going on Corky. What else does he scale with? Oh, he wounds them. Cool. Georgia IE +1. Rageblade IGS. I might have to do Rageblade over Shoujo this game. Please give me Corky here so I can actually buy Frontline for my comp. Fuck, man. Fuck. Wait, I can't buy any of these units, man. Is Kaylin a big shot? She's not, right? Let me go look at this. So that's 8 bits. What are the other 8 bits? Kaylin Riven? I've never used Riven before. Or Garen really. Kaylin. And then you want big shots? What the fuck are big shots? It feels like you only play 2 big shots. I don't think you play 4. Guys, I can't buy anything. Oh shit, I might. What the fuck? Sentinel. Yeah, I mean, we can always throw in a disco here. Where'd that disco be at? Boy. Here we go. And it's like AMF Lucian with this. I beat someone. What the fuck? Please, man, please. Please show me Corky. Oh, there's a Rivet. How does Ribbon scale? Oh, she scales with AD. Her shield does AD and scales with AP. Oh, she's a... Oh, interesting. Oh, she's a really good Titans user then. Holy shit. And she's good with okay, I know I'm griefing. Like, I know this isn't the right way to play this comp. But like, at some point, guys, I'm gonna see Corky and the other unit. You guys are too? Nah, we're not bitching. Slam defensive items, bro. You want me to stone plate in my Evelyn 1? I'm sure that will not help me as much as you think it will. I'm at best saving 2 HP. If I had a 2-star unit or even like a bruiser, I'm down. So I need to hold the sentinel. I mean, I actually have a lot of room for flexibility in this comp. What is this? Holy fuck. Holy fuck. I actually buy frontliners.
Let's get to the fun part.
Does he cost what? Oh, the 8-bit one. But like, it's super greedy. Honestly, I could have chosen any frontline to cost. Hey, as long as it has this frontline, I would have been okay with it. Wait, he does a lot of damage. Wow. So does 8-bit increase your AD forever? For each square you gain more AD. Interesting. Got Sentinel again? Don't remember, but I can also buy that. I should probably. We got 8-bit, nice. Oh, I got the other 8-bit. Wait. I'm pausing so much. I did not. I do this, and it's for IE. That seems reasonable. I don't mind that. Hammer GS, yeah. Can I be able to show IE here? I don't think they're both probably pretty fine, but I think Hurricane actually is pretty decent if you're getting infinite AD. Whatever, we're cooking. We'll figure it out. We're cooking. Fuck you. This comp can use 2 at most. What do I put this on? I didn't think Ribbon's good with it. Like, I'm thinking about it. Oh, shit. Maybe not. I will say Stars Are Born is probably one of the best augments in the game right now. So good. So fucking good. We need +1 a big shot, but not +1. No, don't worry. Because I'm getting the 5%er. Wait, if I do get that, what do I even put the thing on? Oh, I put it on Jin, right? Ah, I see. Never mind, I see. I don't like how my guy just died there, randomly. Okay, they probably kind of own my ass. That's level 7? Oh, he's playing for real. He's playing for keeps. He's 7 KDA. He's win streaking with 1-star units, man. What the fuck? It's really 7 1-star units. Huh? If they start 5 costs, yeah, every fucking day. Yeah. The Ezreal is way too far up, man. Way too far up. Also, wow. It's really okay. So like, it's based on the actual damage dealt. So you want your Corki to have massive items early, so that you can get your huge cash out. Interesting. This item sucks dick, and I probably need to replace it. What am I replacing it for? I'll probably just use Chain Vest, take this off and put this on Ezreal or into Jhin or some shit like that. I mean, fuck, you need someone who can use frontline and backline items? Who the fuck is that? Maybe Caitlyn, man? Maybe Caitlyn, maybe Blitzcrank? Probably Blitzcrank? Riven's actually a oh, Riven looks really good. Yeah, gold. Hell yeah. Also, I think this, like, I don't know what these 8-bit cash outs give me. Do they give me anything? He's just AD. He just gave more AD. Okay. Am I fucking stupid? It's this one. Does Jin use IE at all? Any knowers? Yes. Shit, wait, I need Last Whisper, right? This comp? Never tried this before? Gotta be good. Whoa, 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 whoa. Where did this unit come from? Hello? Wait, is this even good? It looks so mediocre. Is this even good? Oh yeah, my front line is looking kind of monka. Okay. Ooh, I like. Ooh, I like. And I ate with the Lucian afterwards. Holy smokes.
I much prefer this to desk duty.
Mario, welcome back for 30 bucks. Thanks for subbing. Thank God it rolled. Oh, the whole crusher is the best roll I can get. Also, the fact that I still have Ribbon 1 is very pitiful. Also, I need to move this from the corner I'm starting to realize that this auto targets the corner, which is really lame. The furthest unmarked target.
I much prefer this to desk duty.
I mean, do I just roll it here or do I go 9? 9 has such interesting things for me, but 8's like getting to 9 might kill me. Fuck it, it's TV. I'm down to die for it. Man, they already so many gyms are out. 1, 2 gyms are out. No way you go 9 of this front line. Just watch. Just watch. Let's yap them. We're watching. I won this round. That's perfect. Straight to 9. Oh, my front line peaked. Do I move these items over to Lucian? Probably, right? Even with Big Shot though, I don't fucking know, man. What's the Big Shot do?
Okay, just a little bit of thunderous acclaim. We are not one soul. We are many.
These items are fucking crazy.
I'm a Christian.
Oh my god, you fucking own me. Do I really only play 2 Big Shot, man? I guess all the Big Shots are fucking terrible. Kinda down. Except for Jin, right? All right, now who do I put these items on? Okay. Start tape. What? Oh, he encored me. Oh, that's okay. I was like, what the fuck? I got encored? Damn, can't leave 4K with just rapid fire? Eight 8-bit is at 47%. Okay. I mean, I need to get this stupid thing on something else. My frontline is actually done. That's fine. All right, so against the collie, I moved this unit to the side. He wouldn't actually just kill my fucking unit instantly. And now I can win this matchup. Because it's fucking weird to play otherwise. Great. God, it took me so long to move my units. This guy, doesn't this guy have a free Collie 3 as soon as he sells his stuff? Man. I mean, this guy's first. It's fine. 8-bit? 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 What the fuck is this? No way. It's PB. No one griefs this, right? Oh, hell yeah. Well, it's Lucian, I guess. How much AD do I get? It's a lot here. Let me move this out. 50% to 80%. Okay, I mean, that's pretty fucking good. Oh, we have the time? Yeah. It's 400,000, right? I'll definitely be able to get at least the next, like 1 or 2 more. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get the 400k. 4444? Oh, God. Wait, I melted this guy. Holy moly. Barely lost. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, never mind. He already has it. The front line's still shit, right? I had to roll down. Guys, like, you start everything. What the hell? Aram Chun, welcome back for 12 months. A decade watching, first year subbing. Oh, thank you for the support, man. This guy has so many 5 costs on his board, by the way. Wait, I farmed so much damage there, right? How much damage did I do? I did like fucking billion damage right there. Hold on, these. I just need frontline, right? Lucian did 3k with no items. Lucian won? That's crazy. 90%? Okay, I could farm at least more. This guy's fucking so the. There's no way this is worse, right? I am at, no, I'm gonna get 19 and I'm not gonna be able to get 20, I think. Because 19, wow, 100% AD is so much AD. Okay, I got level 9. Two lockets and Aegis? Bro, his heart steal cash outs were fucking crazy. I hope she hits this and then he hits this, right? Yeah, no one gets slowed, I don't think. Okay, I'm at 105%. I get 88 stat. You can't even hit level 20. It's impossible, man. I'm so far away. I need someone to build like 7 tank items and have like a fucking 3-star tank or something. 8 KDA. Killed his Ari. Woo! 8 bits is fucking crazy. Yeah, I'm not even close, man. G. We're talking about the 8-bit cash out. I think it's really hard to cash out. Easy peasy. Paragon Mouse, welcome out for 10 months. 637. Reedy Boy, welcome out for 24 months. 637. I'm gonna go play some ads. Okay, well, that was cool. And that was I'd like to see how an Echo plays out in that comp. You think 444K is too high this amount? I mean, I have played it once. I don't know. Oh, wait. There's a comp I want to try. Hold up a sec. Where the fuck is it? No! Someone went for a someone with a PBE went for a trading dummy, man. Guys, I need water. I'm so parched, man. Remind me after this, give me a water. Bleh. Dude, why I can't. There's nothing here. I think a lot of this is going to be learning how to, how to take routes from your early, what's it called, chosen guys. That's me. This is so good though. Sentinel, Sentinel. That's fucking crazy. Keep it run back. It's actually okay. No joke. And then instead I can try to play instead Corky I can try to play Caitlyn. Oh, with these items, I don't know if I'm trying to play anything, man. Down. Never played this one before. Looks kind of fun. I said it wasn't very good, but fuck it. Okay. What the hell do I want for disco? A Lulu game? Ooh. I mean, it's definitely a disco game because especially with how this works, you can hit your whole board and it pulses faster. So I'm gonna try vertical disco, which makes it a little bit weird, right? Because if I'm doing vertical disco, then to be am I not supposed to roll here? Like, is that not crazy? I feel like I'm supposed to roll here. About TF is fake. I mean, we'll see. She kind of like it, but I guess it really is true. Like you're not getting that many casts. What the fuck? The frog went invisible. Wait. I feel like this comp can only be played one way. It's actually kind of Like this comp is already kind of figured out, right? Because Echo is so good, and then you play, or not one way, but this is like probably the way that to play the cap is you didn't play. What is it? I'm gonna roll so bad. Okay, I'm gonna do it. If you asked me any day of the week if it was right to roll there, I probably would have said yes. Damn, I had so many upgrades. 3 upgrades. Okay, so you play this, and then you play Lulu, and then you stack it with this, and that's your comp, right? And then you I just smart here. Oh man, Hearthstone unit's not the last pick. I saw that said Lulu Zig. Ah, this might be better, Cap. Do I ever roll here? I gotta roll, right? I'm like, it's like very close. Also has a cap, yeah. The Echo unit is probably the best unit in the game right now. In terms of versatility. Such a good unit. You put so many items on him. Really strong. It's all over the place. Drunk can still fix this up with this week. Come on. Yeah, the guy already has. Asa, what about for 4 months? Asa, what's the craziest comp you've seen so far? I saw someone do Superfan Lilia reroll on multi-talented and fucking crushed the lobby. Oh, I saw the EDM Lux copy already, yeah. It feels like the Disco only pulsing, you're really only getting the value of this, you're getting 0.05 second pulse. Does not feel very good. Oh. I mean that's interesting, I guess. Triple rage bait solo with healing. I saw that. Someone fucking almost won my lobby with that last game. Garen reroll. There's no way. That's good. Don't fucking bait me, man. More pulsing? Yeah, but I don't know how good they are. We'll see. I don't know, man. Then again, maybe disco healing is really fucking good. Are you looking at this disco healing right now? I only have 3 disco and it's healing like a monster. Visualize a P? Nope. I'm surprised he didn't all in for Porky 3 here. He was 2 away. No, it's not this. Heavy hitters, 1 AD. I'll just use AD. I'm very happy about that, but that's okay. I'm no lie gonna just take Rage Blade here. Even though it may not be optimal on TF, it's just so good right now. As a 1 or 2 items, Rage Blade is just incredible. If there's a bow here, probably won't be though. This guy is just unkill. Oh, he gains health with his ulti. I still am of the firm belief Punk is just crazy good. Yasuo 3? I mean, that's whatever. Edgers is 25% with their damage. There's a cleave? What the fuck? I did not know. Did not know there was a cleave. There are so many one-cost rerolls this game. What the fuck? 3 people are one-cost rerolling? Oh, I mean, okay. I swear that this fucking TF unit better not suck ass. If I lose to a one-cost reroll, I'm gonna be pissed. That's 1%er, bro. He's not even that good. It's not even a high roll. Like, watch. Look at the damage he's gonna do. Like, probably nothing. Has he even done damage yet? Peanuts. My Nami almost beat him. See, it's not even a big deal. Oh, I can already tell this is get fucked up, by the way. I'm gonna hit like a fucking Jin 2 at 7, and I'm gonna just have to sell everything. Who has my thing? Why did my thing not go to Jin here? I'm so confused. Like, is this? I guess. Oh, fuck. The LDP went to some random bullshit. That's just so overtuned, man. Pow. And a pow. And a pow. Dude, literally less damage in my set. Like, come on. Come on.
Man, get off my stage.
Wait a second. Damn. Isn't this little OP? I need to sell this later, but probably not gonna do it till end of stage. Anyone know what Jin's best items are? Is it like? Last whisper. He's giving me a lot of blue, but do I really go Echo 3? Like, it's really not that. Hold on to it.
Come at me.
Shojin is better than blue? Really? They did ball stack? Did they really? Is it better than blue? Do I really want to get Shojin? Do I really want to be just a meme, man? Oh, yeah, I guess I'm going this. Okay. Do you think the right thing was to sell here at this stage? Probably, right? I can get so much stronger here. Even if I get this, it's fine. I mean, the sad thing is, I just think Echo is broken. I think I should sell this and move the item over. I don't think the ball stack, guys. Like, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. I very much think that they would not have done that. Yeah, that's for TF. That's not. I don't not think it does. .7. Okay, let's look at Lulu's attack speed. Okay, 0.7 attack speed. 0.8. Not fucking stat. No fucking way. It's stat. And then he gets more attack speed from some random thing, this thing or whatever. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, I kind of go 9, but I don't have the money for it. Fuck. Well, I think I just roll for a TFT or something. The problem is I have new recruits, so I have like a +1 to get rid of. Not great, but I can make do. Yeah, no, I need disco. I'm pretty much low rolling. And look, this guy can. No way this guy beats me with fucking Yasuo. Holy fuck. If I lost the Yasuo reroll, man. He's good choice. It's fine. I'm leveling soon. I just made myself weaker. Fuck. I took it off this maestro. It's fine. Most flexible forecasting play with AD items. Caitlyn? Ezreal? Ezreal Caitlyn? I was also a level 6 player? What the fuck is this guy's comp? What? Oh, it's Punky Roll. LVP, yeah, I can do this. What? Oh, it's kind of a weird one now. Okay, I got my Ziggs Hyper Pop. I got a fucking Disco. Give it out of Disco. Oh no, that is really bad. I lost my Disco. No. I trolled. Actually, Giga trolled here. It's fine. I don't think I'm fitting Jazz in this comp. Especially this once I get York or some garbage. Once I get Lowy, right? Oh, that is not good. This unit is going straight to my Jhin. And from Jhin it goes here. Oh wait, no, it's the other version of it. Never mind. This is the version that I think loses. I don't have the space on my board. Yeah. 5. This fill, I think it leaves the top right empty, but it might be better. Oh my god, I need Sona. So what's my cap here? My cap is Sona Lowy, right? Oh, it does fill everything. Wait, I'm stupid. Because this goes here and this goes here. Wait, you're a genius. Wait, why did I even think about this? This is perfect. This is 4,000 and you're only in Marsh Shred. Well, what do you mean in Marsh Shred? Dazzle doesn't decrease MR. I wish it did. Wait. Oh, the spell? Oh, and then this one sunders? Oh, interesting. Okay, okay. They... You guys? Is this just the go 9 angle? It looks like a go 9 angle. If I go 9, I can actually fit this in, right? Place. What if I just don't need hyper pop? But I think hyper pop might be overrated here. Go 10, I mean. Yeah, it might just be stronger, I think. The thing is, Disco already gives me like giga attack speed. I don't really need any more. But I don't know what Sona to use. Cause always like, oh my fucking god. Oh. I can't get Gen 3. This guy got to this position with what? Gambler's Blade? That is crazy, man. I'd go for York, actually. Like, can York even beat this guy who does 10,000 damage on his ulti? I don't even fucking know, man. Show Jin. Perfect. Guy went level 10.
Home team picking up a key unit.
Like, what the fuck? I mean, I can be this guy, right? So it's like I have more life to this, or I'm about the same. Oh wait, this guy got more 3. Guy is literally just making a legendary board.
Starring up a
Like, there, no, I want second. Oh, he got 6, 8, 6, 8. What the heck? Wow, he has Shojin Zane. That's actually kind of crazy. Yeah, I'm just gonna try a three-star stun the Ziggs, bro. Are you blind? This guy literally just looked at this guy. He has stun the Ziggs, Jin, Yorick. I can't 3-star anything. He has all the 5 pops. He's literally 2 away from Kiana, 2 away from Lucian, 2 away from Kiana. I actually can't do anything. Yeah, it's actually doomed. I don't think I can do anything here. Wait, he benched his unit. Wait, he didn't bench. Wait, how did I almost win this? Wait. He locked his cane to try to lose by a little bit, and I killed him. That is so funny. Oh no. Oh, I'd be a K3, but I got grief for sure. I think I just die there because of bad matchmaking. I didn't get third. But like I mean we take those. Kaiba, welcome back for 16 months. I'm surprised the freaks response to Pikachu was that you could type it in chat. We're going back to season 2 where we type every timer again. I'm surprised that he responded that way. All right, I need water. I'll be right back. Play some ads. Peace. I am actually dying. The Shojin made it possible to kill a cave. Okay, did that make it possible, or was it because that guy docked his cave? Jin just looks like a good unit. Put Jin in. Like, I won the game because I streaked. I could double Nico at whatchamacallit? Levels. I the Jin, I got Jin 2 at like stage 4. Isn't that crazy? Hey, welcome back for 4 months. Set 10, yeah. Actually, set 10 is lit. Would highly recommend. Dude, set 10 is gonna be so popular. People are gonna E-date on this instead of ARAM. It's gonna be that popular, guys. I promise. Set 10 is the future. Board Dog is a god, and we all need to build churches and temples to him right now. His disco, her 8-bit. If I see those names in TFT, I'll fucking lose it, man. Wait, that's so good. If I see matching TFT names, I'm DC instantly, and renaming, same. His super fan, her 8 hearts deal. Dude, I can't wait to see those cringe ass names. Are you calling me cringe, bro? Anyone who watches me is at least a little cringe, okay? At least a little. There's no way you guys wake up in the morning, look in the mirror, and say, yeah, I'm not cringe. Can I confirm? You read my infliction locks at Warlock State. First of all, it's affliction. Second of all, Corona Cast is pretty good. I was never cringe until I watched Scar. I don't believe you. To get through streaming TFT every day, you had to be a little different. Certain patches, if you streamed on certain patches, you had to be a little different. I accidentally caught like Lance of Scar 8 years ago. I immediately became cringe. It's terminal. Yeah, for some people. I was gonna stream infinite hours in the worst patches and the set where no one else played for max viewers. Yeah, that's crazy. Respect, but my god, some of those end patches are just like if you're streaming live right now, oh man. I feel a little bad. Also, can these guys fucking load in? I'm playing 9.5 as they speak and I want to die. Oh my god, give him PP. Stop. Stop what you're doing right now. Just leave the game. I tell my friends I pay $5 online to watch a online mail entertainer. I'm cringe. No, that's based actually. Maybe the 3 random 1-cost champions. Is that so bad? That's pretty fucking bad. I don't like this one. 3 silver augments is like, ew. Ew. Oh, well, we got it. We got this one, 3-1. I thought it was 1 3-star. And I read the augment name. I'm like, that's weird. That doesn't feel like that's the right thing. And is there an augment that's 1 3-star or 1 random 3-cost champion?
Who's next?
There is, right? Okay, my fucking god. I swear I'm dyslexic or something. You can make 10 here with a 3-item opener with this? Oh shit. Wait, does he win? I need to go. I need to go. I need to go. Oh, holy fuck. I didn't even kill 2 units. I killed 1 unit. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. I'm literally forfeiting at 3-2. I don't care. I'm leaving. How many items I get here? Wait, maybe I get all. Oh, I still got no, never mind. I didn't lose anything. I just lost HP, which is really cringe, but I actually got all my items. Okay, wait, that's fine. That's actually sadly that's actually pretty playable. When should we get 3rd pick? Yeah. Just get so much worse. Yeah, it's really bad. But it was broken. So it's like, how do you balance it? You know, it's fucking impossible, right? Also, is this not just Nasher Slam right here? Is she not insane with Nashers? We're gonna do Annie reroll. Okay, I need spellcasters. So it's the Gragas. It's the this. It is this. It is this. And it's all spellweavers. Where the fuck is the spellweaver, man? Seraphine? Where the fuck is Seraphine? What does she look like? Oh, it's right here. It's right here. I get any of them on a roll. It's fine. I'm not pissed. It's fine. They removed Pandora's bench. I think it's gone. They removed all +1 augment. Okay, does this look legit? This looks kind of legit. And afterwards, you just add +2 spellweaver, right? Oh, I need Echo. That guy's okay. This is a comp? This is the comp? I probably should have bought this. Wait, I feel like with Punk, you can just reroll every single round in stage 2, and it's better than waiting for 4-1. I don't know if that's right or wrong. I need someone to do fucking math for me, and I am not a math major. I need someone who's like a math guy. Yo, any math people? Math majors? Hello? Hello? Wait, Ladra, I know you do math. You do something with math. Bro, where are you going? This guy, people leave so fast, man. The math degree, I need to know if it's gold efficient to roll every round with Punk as opposed to rolling at 3-1.
Make me hurt you. Okay.
Roll everybody, yeah, I think so too. Okay, great. Glad we're on the same page. To do the math on that would be long, yes, but what else are you gonna use your degree on, bro? Like, I'm just saying. This is a real world application. I need your help, man. Real world, yeah, it's a real world application. Don't laugh at me, man. Why did she cast it? Oh, I won. Oh. Okay, so we lose an emo, right? Because one of these emos is not worth it. We probably lose Beck. I mean, I want to go 6 emo, but dude, Saikuno literally like uses the degree perfectly. He statistically found out how to get the most simps in one stream. And look at him now. Rich. I got the 4th emo top left is not activated. DQ, I started this game when I had 2 deaths at the PvE round. At 1-2. Turns out, by the way, just letting you know, there are some units that cannot solo that. Just a heads up. Kasante cannot clear 1-3 by himself. Not even 1-4, 1-3. Why do I have 2 fucking BFs playing this comp? You can limit test anyone in Vegas? Oh yeah, I got it. I rolled every round for Annie with Punk, and I did not hit it. This is the fucking worst thing in my life, or what? Oh, I just have to complain. My bad. We don't want to dig too deep. This go wrong. It says Game of W is the first one to die each round, gain 2 gold. No, it's each player gains 2 gold. Not one player gains 2 gold. Reread it. It looks very I don't know. It might still be really good, but it's like it's not what you think it is. Because that's what I thought when I first looked at it. Like the thing is, technically it should be beneficial for you because you're only affecting each other person, right? Like once, whereas you're getting gold every round. But like I don't know, man. If that was just user, I'm pretty sure I read it differently. Maybe I'm wrong. Could very well be very wrong, by the way. Is first to die for each player? Oh, so it is. I am wrong. My bad. Sorry for gaslighting. Apologies. This comp actually looks impossible to play. Like, I definitely think you just don't play these two, right? I have to get Guardian in somewhere. Wait, is Amumu lit? Amumu looks kind of good.
Let's get this party started.
I feel like golds are so impactful this game. Like there's some golds that are just crazy. Oh, that's damn crazy. This one that seems insane. If you're playing 4 Dazzler, isn't this one in nuts? Or you're just okay, this Amumu looks kind of good though. Yeah. 100% more damage, but I guess it lasts twice as long. I beat this guy. I like the Amumu here, but pretty sure if I don't take this item, I'm gonna lose the game instantly. He's permanently dazzled. I was just gonna try to go any 3, but this is such a hard. Like, I don't think I should have bought this. I don't think I should have bought this. I wasted so much gold. Because essentially, you're just gonna be playing 4 emo country, right? Or 4 emo plus thresh. So it's like I kind of agree.
Battle is a dance, and the fortunate find their path.
No way. So he gets up to 50 armor, and then he deals magic damage to them. Every 3rd hit stuns. Interesting. He did 2 hexes. Oh, 2 and not 1. Interesting. This is free. This guy's literally not even here. I do like me Cyber Uplink. I think this is going to be one of those augments that's always going to be very good. But I remember when they had it, when it was available before, it was just so good. Depending on the comp you're playing, is just ridiculous. Every TFT site has a different description for a dummy. That's so funny. I'll try to see it. I saw it in one of my games. I need AP on this unit. Maybe I don't need AT, man. Guys, how have I not hit any 3? Like, this is such a cursed game. You have to self-fuck next round.
Come back.
Make me hurt you. I'm dancing, Abby. My fans are the reason I sing. Come on, you. Let's dance.
This is so fucking cursed. I won. Oh. Emo me. Infernal Contract. Oh. It's a go 10 angle, I think. This thrash unit is so fucking good. It's pissing me off, man.
Come on, you. Let's dance.
Infernal Contract is definitely objectively worse than before, but I mean, it's not as interesting value. I was just taking it anyways, just to see how Vex 3, Annie 3, and Amumu 3 would have worked. I probably should have taken it. It had really interesting potential here.
I felt the rush, and now I wear the crown.
I'm second pick. Wait, hold on. No, you bitch. Okay, hedge fund allows me to get 10 interest, 40 gold. So for now, I get 16 gold a round, which is a lot of gold to play with. So I immediately level, put in this. We're cool. We're on hyper pop. Level then afterwards to put in Thresh for Guardian, and then level afterwards to put in, I don't fucking give a shit. I don't really know at that point. Get good resolve. Oh, this is kind of, his augments kind of suck ass. I think most of his fights are done before 15 seconds for the important ones, and he only has 1 Titans on his unit. I feel like this guy is gonna get outscaled. I can't believe he took Silver Spoon and still made it to Asa 3 before I did. That is fucking crazy. That's not fair. Hold on to this because if I ever get an emo spat, I think it's the best spat in the game. So it ends up being pretty awesome. Well, this guy got Ziggs too at level 8. Huh? With Jade, Jewel Lotus, that Razzle that. Okay. I mean, I don't win. Like, I don't know what else to say. Sure. Going to I feel like 5 Spellweaver doesn't even matter, but 7 is kind of 5 Spellweaver is actually useless. I fucked up my comp. I should just went for like early level Guardian like Pantheon and just sat on it. My bad.
Get off my level.
Sure. Wait, Vex kind of Wait, Vex is way better than I thought. Wait, Annie's kind of good too. Oh, you get talents are just 3. Wow, that's so good. I mean, I'm pretty sure I just cool. Perfect. Okay, I got a Guardian in. I'm level 8. I just go fast 9, I guess. Eventually, these items go over to some random 5 cost. Caitlyn this strong, wow. Overbucks 2. Alright, I might just I'm 17 life. I might just roll it all down for a 3-star here. I only go Moo 3, but it's also really awkward. Fuck it. There's no way I die in 3 rounds, right? Is my board really that bad? My board looks kind of shit. My board looks kind of bad. I have no tank item. No executioner for Vex either. I should just left the ship on him and made all frontline items. That was my bad. But why? Never mind. I'm the goat. I'm the goat. I know I'm here. I look at the board. I'm like, huh, well, pretty sure the best thing for me to do is just level and
Careful. This pack's a wallop.
even better. I don't even think this is worth buying. Why the fuck did I buy this shit? Pain, pain. Pain, pain, pain. Place this with Sona here. And Zach maybe? I don't think I have the items for it, but very interesting.
We are many.
No. Imagine if I still had my HP for my PvE round. I would be alive here. Oh, I would not be alive here. Never mind. Never mind. I lied. Never mind. I'm a liar. I'm a fucking liar. I'm a place that. I'm never rerolling Annie again. I think I got lucky and she's not that good. I also don't think she's ever played more than 3 Spellweavers. So I just played it bad and it was wow. Yeah, I feel like Poppy or the other ones are much better. Oh, I mean, I'm down for Prismatic. I'm down for. Okay, so there's a 3 cost start and 3 1 cost start. Okay. Okay. Wingsies. What about for 12 bucks? 6 years something. Heads up, this is my last game, by the way. I'm going out to eat today. With some friends, aka my housemates. And Mosher? Ooh. Did I get multi-talented? No, I'm just curious. Is there Wandering Trainer not here? It's not, right? Check it out. Okay.
That was hot.
8-bit. I already did that. I'm not. I'm bored. I'm good. Eevee roll. Radio Lily.
I'm singing. I'm not singing. Let's dance above the human snores.
You think so much melee cast? Oh. Let's go. What is it? Fuck.
Let's get to the fun part.
Off KDA. Oh fuck. Oh right, and he's not a frontliner. Fuck me, man.
I'm prancing. I'm singing. I'm prancing.
At the very least, I had this opener with had tier. I'll say this opener fucking blows. And it's so like she's not very good. I want to just be very clear. She is very bleh. But it's okay. It's not a big deal. Double level on PBE? Yeah, that's right. Alright. How do I play Ari? I've played the 7 KDA version, it felt kind of, unless you get a Kali 2, it feels kind of whatever. So maybe it's a 3 KDA version. So you play Ari. Let's get the spell weavers in. Probably the easiest thing to do. Ari Echo and EDM Mosh.
Let's get this party started.
I don't like Lulu as much as Gragas. I think Lulu is kind of whatever. This. That way you can do pay 3 KDA, so it's like this. What's the other KDA? Is it actually Lilia? She's a sentinel. That's not bad.
Another week at the top.
Oh, it's Seraphia. Fucking stupid. I guess you might as well Lulu. That seems okay. could be worse. 5 Spellweaver could be worse. The Collie is the odd duck out. Oh, I need this, but. Seven Spellweaver blows. Pretty sure. You know, frontline is just terrible.
Let's dance above the human snores.
Oh. Still think Annie should probably be here though. I mean, I still want him. He almost beat me at level 4. The board is weak as shit then, if that's the case. This is the comp, and then I guess I can go crazy depending on what I get. Awesome. Actually, really fucking nice. Super good for early game. Really, really fucking great. You think your AS should be faster? Point 8's pretty fast. I don't know. It definitely is a thing where it's like, if you have a spellcaster that's only single target damage, it doesn't feel good a lot of times. Oh, they're not beating Bruiser Gragas, baby. That shit is OP. Cool. 5 streak, awesome.
Come at me.
I 255 450 dots. Does that? If he did that, would be atrocious. It would be really fucking bad.
Last call.
Oh, I did not think about this unit. This unit's kind of fire, actually.
Easy on the eyes.
I mean, I'm definitely
No
leveling.
time.
I just don't know what that would put you. I want to slam Rage Blade so bad on someone. I mean, I think it's technically BIS Soda. This might not be right, because I might not even want a Collie. I feel like the Collie is just not as good as Nico here, which is very, well, first of all, very sad. But secondly, like, okay, that's fine. Regardless if it's sad or not, it exists. And then you can just throw in Thresh here. I kind of like having more frontline. Oh hell no! I'm not playing Unified with this garbage. Hey, Unified here, no Unified second row.
Let's get this party started.
I fucking lost that though. I don't know if that was worth it. I think it's worth it. Fuck it. This Gragas is gonna go hard. I think partial touch is really good. I just need a tier, but I'm not gonna get a tier, so it's okay. What else do I want? I'll just hold on to this. Hold on to this as well. It's so sad that I would play a Mumu, or I would never play a Mumu over Thresh. Because Thresh is such a good unit. Party gifts work ready items? Yeah, I think so. Should we have to pass a ready item? Maybe, yeah, but it's like also like if you pass a ready item, it may not be worth it. Also, you can't guarantee you pass just that item, right? You would have 0 items on your headliner. I don't know, man. That sounds weird. Oh, there's two. There's two. Wait a sec. Wait a sec. I double the chances. And one's on the 1 cost. Okay, wait a second. Oh no. Hold. Hold. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Good work, guys. Good work, boys. Good work. Got back from the Philippines? Oh shit, I've heard it's nice there. Good work, boys. Good fucking work. Good shit. Right here, but yeah, anytime I'm in C, it's fucking awful. But my skin is awesome. I have my clearest, best skin. I don't even need to use skin products in any Southeast Asian country. It's just awesome. So good. Thank God I have blue buff. I can actually play this comp. 3 ancestor hero. Oh, she's kind of just a body for me. I didn't want her back row because early whatchamacallit was not good. When you have like 5 units, you kind of need one in front of your Ari. But I think at 7 units, you can do that. But honestly, it's still fine. Like, she's still doing great. I don't even care. Oh, this is one of those games where I streak. If you ever did a 10 streak, it is not allowed for you to bot for it. There is probably no situation where you should ever bot for from this position. If you do, you are playing terribly. There's a bunch of people got to do. I have to divide a bunch of stuff. Oh wow, that is very unfortunate. Sorry to hear that. My grandfather wants me to try to see him before he dies, and I still have not yet gone. But I will have to go next year. I think I said that last year, but I think it's actually next year. I think. Is this not insane? Also, be real with me. Do I not just gunblade? I have to gunblade. I guess I can't. Honestly, I can't really greet these, right? What the fuck am I greeting here? Okay, well. It is not that bad to have this. Usually I just want gunblade because sometimes Ari just gets killed randomly. I think if you have a starter kit, you always go for 3-star 4 cost. Because you get 3 already and you get 3 again. Look at the win Vegas. Oh yeah, I got it. Whoa, 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 whoa. What does that read? When the spellbearers cast their second ability each combat, they instantly cast it again. Oh my god. Oh, okay. It's also no. It's only the second ability, right? At 80%. Yeah. Not every second ability. It's the first second ability, right? Yes. It's just super front loaded. Okay. Maybe it'll be like, oh, I don't know about that. No, I'm pretty sure it's broken. I mean, I'm just chilling. I'm going straight 9 here. At 9, I put this on whatever Sona. This goes JG, I guess. I mean, I don't need damage. That's the biggest part about this comp is I don't need fucking damage. But that's all I'm getting. I only have damage. But maybe this is just a steadfast heart. I honestly think tank items is probably worth more for me here than anything else. Big 90 users reach, yeah, they made it cheaper. Items. This guy sells 50 gold as well. I strive to watch Scarra play TFT. Wait, isn't that normal? Like, you don't have to strive for that. You just got it. What's this? Yo, give me. You guys suck. You guys fucking suck. I think it has more options than the other ones. Never play myself watching you play seems so much fun. Yeah, I watch a lot of TFT play. More than almost more than I actually play. Oh, now that am I playing 7 Spell Weaver? I feel like with this, it's actually really okay to do that. I was gonna say really good, but good is subjective. It's probably still 5. I hate that allowing counters this character, man. Why is allowing tentacle immediately take my fucking Ari thing? Welcome back for 32 months. Thanks for something.
And now I wear the crown.
7 makes your echo strong. I mean, that's okay. I mean, 7 is really. If I get Spellweaver, it's really easy. But if I don't get Spellweaver, it's kind of weird. Okay, wait. When do I sell this on PB round? I think, and I start rolling. I'm pretty sure me having a Gragas this late in the game is not optimal for my success. Restart Ribbon. Encore Ribbon? Oh my fucking god. It's like a Gragas refresh. Yeah, I don't think it's better though. I think 2-star Bruiser Spellslinger is better. Wow, my front line exploded here. No, my streak, man. Fishy Fish 03, welcome back for 23, 67. I mean, I don't tell them until next round, right? Also, I don't have a Guardian, so there's no way. Oh, I can do this. Bev, I think you have an Echo 2, you win that round. Oh, I don't know about that. He is kind of good. What the fuck is this, man? Next round, that level. I could have sold here a level. I didn't think I'd get this much gold. I have like an ass of the gold. Give me this if I get. Oh, this guy. Okay, the Echo 3 is kind of interesting. Why does it feel like all the legendaries summon stuff that counters Ari? This guy's a 3-star Echo. I was wondering why I didn't see any Echoes in this game. Wait, do I win this? Was it? Was this the best solo choice? Yeah, I think so. For sure, healing is super good. I was like, yeah.
Hear my song and dance in the moonlight.
So what's damage? Is it damage that's better? I'm down. I'm gonna try. Oh. That is a lot of damage.
I felt the rush, and now I wear the crown.
88. Oh. No, I was hoping for spell. I mean, is Katie even good here? Oh, someone's in. Okay, okay. I'll have to worry about it.
My trainee days are behind me.
Don't I just win the game here? If I just roll and look for RE3. Okay, no, that's not true. I saw someone lose with RE3. It's actually not as good as you think. Also, I don't want to roll before the Echo player dies. This player needs to die first. He lost me. Oh wait, I killed an Echo player. Damage? I mean, did she own? Kind of own. I'm not at this level. Oh, Solar cast twice on the second one. Wait, you're never getting to a second one though. That's the problem. You would need a Shojin or something. You can give it for Ari. Yeah, I need a lot of things for Ari. Pretty sure I went out. I'm so far ahead of this lobby, man. The last fight is very. Oh, nice. Also, I think QSS is really good. Boom. Wow. Oh, everyone's dead next round. Look at twice. Oh no, read this. Spellweavers cast their second ability twice each combat, and if it's fucking this unit, I'm just gonna one-shot their whole board. I'm pretty sure this is broken. I mean, I just win. This lobby's so over, man. I have so many ways to play this. I mean, I could just roll at 9, go find RE2. I could roll at. Oh, I will roll now because I just want an Echo. I don't think I'm going 10. I just want an Echo here. I got 2 spike play board more than anything else, which is kind of sad, but whatever.
Shadows into the spotlight. We are not one soul. We are many.
Echo 2?
Man, get off my stage.
I'm gonna play for the second cast spike here. One cast. Ascension? Ah.
Another week at the top of the chart.
Like, I win. Is it even worth doing though? We might as well try. I can win this game anyways, right? Like, this game is already over. So if I don't do this, then there's nothing to play for. Might as well just do this. It beat my ghost? No way. This guy's pretty cap. Really better. Oh, I can take away this. I don't need. Done. I lost. This fucking unit blows, man. Blows. Like, I cannot believe I made myself weaker doing that shit. Fucking crazy, man. I think what I need to do is I need to boost it. I think I'm bad, and I should have done something different. I think as long as I kill the front line here, I'm good to go. Why does this guy have two Kianas? Yeah, do you see this? Now that his actual take line is fucking dead, I can play the game. Oh, they need to buff RE3. I don't know how, but RE3 is just. I feel so like it's because she can't hit multiple units. I think all she needs is RE3 like throws 2 charms or something like that, like at 2 different targets. You just need like it's a lot of work to get this 3-star, especially after the nerfs, and you get no benefit from it. Like it's actually just fucking terrible. Yeah, I do 3,000 damage on one target, and the unit has 2,000 health. Yeah. It's just like she just needs one more missile. It's not a big deal. Like it's not that hard to fix. But yeah, it's like my outs here were really easy. Like a super straightforward. With starter kit, you're probably always gonna be playing for this 4-star 3-cost out. You're supposed to tempo out, and then you kill the other guy who goes your 4-cost, hopefully, and then you 3-star it later, right? But like, yeah, if I'm spending my entire strats to do that for Ahri, it's fucking terrible. This unit's fucking blows. This unit's fucking terrible. Hold on, look at my scores today. You know, the funniest game I played today, actually, 1-5-1-1-6-1-8-1-1-3 3-1-2-1-1. This game, I didn't put items on my units till like late stage 3. I got a fawn, but I didn't slam it because I wanted to get 2 emo spats, and I died on 4-2 right after I saw my 3rd augment. It's actually like, this is the worst. I didn't even see anything. Good game. Great game. Great game. Great game. All right, I'm going to go ahead and raid someone. I'm out. Who do I raid? Let me go look around. Let me go see his stream. Ray's not streaming today? As a slacker. Throw that up? Oh, I'm down. I'm not ready either of those two because one's leaving with me, I think. Actually, oh, he's not going today. What the heck? Chucky Chi, welcome back for 7 months. Thank you so much for resubbing. Sorry, guys. I'm out. Have a great night. Go ahead and say hi to Frogan. Learn some stuff. He's really good. I'm out. Peace, peace.